Sorry, could you repeat again?
So what we've got coming up this week with the stars, with the planets, we do have a new moon that is happening on the 20th, and it's happening it's in Taurus, but when I look at my chart system, it actually says in Gemini. So I have a feeling it's going to be. I'm going to hear a new moon. It's like a Taurus Gemini. So what these things are going to bring up with this new moon, and it's about planting seeds, planting intention. And we are dealing with Taurus. There's a lot of energy in Taurus. As we got the Jupiter, we got the Node, we got Mercury, we got Uranus, we got the Sun, and then we've got the Moon. It's going to be crossing the Sun in this new moon and going into Gemini. So there will be a part of it will be about. I feel like it's about stability and sustainability and stability, and it will be about like self-worth issues. It will be about relationships and finances. There could be unexpected emotions and that coming up with this too, or people looking back at things that have, caused them a few issues and trying to sort of look at that and trying to heal that. There's also going to be, when we're looking at Gemini though, there's also an aspect of networking, working hard. I also feel like it's about creating balance with this new moon that's coming in too as well. But so we've got that there happening, which is also, I feel like it's going to also bring in adventure and also looking at like life purpose here too. People looking at where they are. And because with the node that's in Taurus too, we are looking, and we do only have a few more weeks for this node that's in Taurus before it moves into Aries. So, and even myself, looking at my own life purpose, what my path is, and where I want to go in the future, where even my professional life, what I want to do. So currently, I know I do two jobs. I do this work, and I do have another job that I do. But eventually, I know that I want to do this work full time. And it's like my own issues that I do have of not letting go of something as well. And it is like a very Taurus thing where it's like not so much letting go, but having that stuck, or that's, I would say Taurus have that tunnel vision, and it is about money. With Tauruses, they are very good with money, and they're all about making money. And it is about. I have a brother who's a Taurus, and he is about money as well as I do. My dad's also a Taurus, and every time I speak to my dad, the first thing that he asks me is how much have I earned this week. There's a financial thing, and I guess even with myself and with my own chart, there is I do have like an issue there with that. Of not so much not having enough, but never wanting to sort of be. I have experienced not having much. So, it is about, I find myself in thinking about that. And that's a big of a Taurus thing when we're dealing with our life lesson. So this new moon, can be about planting the seeds, about, making that way of doing different things and branching out. It's like, with that too, I'm actually planning about looking at doing stage shows and other things, to do with that. But also, I also know my self-worth too. And I am a very into stability. I like stability, but I know my self-worth, and I do know my purpose. But these things are going to be coming up with this new moon that I do feel like, as well as adventure, wanting to have more adventure in your life, and wanting to reach out and want to do things that are also fun too, and that give you purpose as well too. I also feel like this is also going to be about being more independent with this new moon. It's going to also cause you to take action on things that maybe you thought, or maybe even like you haven't even like two minds with. I know myself, two minds about at the moment of doing. I've got an event coming up which I could close to home, but the person that runs it doesn't advertise a lot. But I also have an event where I know it gets advertised more, but it's further away. I was hoping to do both, but I have to do one. So it's like making that decision, and I've been torn about making certain decisions. And I've spoken to some people about it, and I think that I have my mind made up. But these things are coming up. Work trying not to be indecisive. We also got Mars, which is moving into Leo. So Mars in Leo. This is Mars is it's our motivation, it's our strength, but then it is also can be a planet of anger and frustration as well. I always find if I'm angry about situations, sometimes I look at my chart and I see where Mars is, and I usually like, oh, that's why. Um, and it's coming to Leo here. I feel like it's going to be about the proud lion. It's coming up here. Want the proud lion to be right. Leo is also a fixed energy. They're a fixed sign. So with a Leo, And Leo's about building up the ego. So it is going to be more motivated. It is a fire sign, so we might be feeling more motivation with it in Leo, in terms of also looking at more being more creative as well, and explore that and explore our strengths in terms of fifth house. It also covers relationships. It covers our passions. It's also Leo's are very social, so it could be a time to be more motivated about being going out more, being more social. I know on the other side of the world, like in America and England, you're coming into your summer. So you are wanting to go out, have fun, and be out more. Over here, me, I'm coming into my winter season. So for me, I don't like to be cold. But perhaps for myself, it's going to make me look to be more social as well. We will have coming up on the 21st, Mars will be opposing um, Pluto, which is in that Aquarius Capricorn midpoint there on the cusp. So with that opposition there, it's going to be, I feel like this is going to make people a bit more frustrated. And people aren't wanting to change what they want, or and they don't want to hear. Um, they won't want to hear things like a negative, but it's going to bring up, I feel like, sudden changes, but people not wanting to change. It's going to feel like bouts of frustration. I feel like it's going to come up here too. It also can be where we're looking at the independence. It's going to come up here too. People wanting to be more independent, more on their own, but at the same time wanting people to be around them. So we will have, for energy will last for a few days and maybe like for the week, that you're going to find that opposition there that's going to be coming in. What else have we got this week that I had written down? I do feel like this week for some people it's going to be feeling like they're walking on a tightrope. But I also see there's a net there. So I feel like for those of us who have a lot of things on, and feel like just like you're trying to keep it together and walk on this tightrope, just know you fall, there is something there to catch you. You won't be you're not going to fall and be disappointed. Like, I see that there's always protection there for you. I had a big thing this week, I feel like, is about making a balance in your life. Sometimes we get so focused on doing one thing, we forget about making the balance coming up. I also feel like there's a lot of worry, like mental health or worriness that could be coming in, and people wanting to sort of hide their emotions. I feel like people like not wanting to show sort of emotions, and that's going to be hidden coming up here this week. Um, I also feel like make this the week to make big decisions, so not to be flaky. And as I said before, myself, I'm trying to think about different things. So with myself, I've got to try and make big decisions coming up here. And I feel like it's like nurture what you have, and not to be taken for granted. But I do see that everyone will have a task and a role to play this week, and people will start seeing like their future. They'll start seeing how they make their life more in balance, and they will see where they need to go and what steps they need to take for their future. I feel like that's going to be a big thing that's going to come up for these people this week as well. And they will want to be nurtured this week. And and again, that the flaky people, like flaky people, I don't want that flaky people around them. I feel like you want people who are very stable around you this week too. And I feel like people like it's about that making those choices that you need to make for this week ahead. So let's go to a caller. So we got here Jennifer, who's in Oceanside in California. So hi, Angela. How are you? Hi, Jennifer. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
Well, I just listened to everything you said, and I was going to ask you about relationships. And funny enough, he's a Taurus and I'm a Leo, so seems like the right question.
Okay. Well, Taurus, I said Taurus. I think they must stubborn. They like to be comfortable. Tauruses like to be comfortable. Leos, it's about them. They're ruled by the sun, so it's about the ego. Yeah, let's hear about. Okay, he is quite stubborn. I feel like you're both very stubborn, but I feel like with him too, we're not budging. So he's the one that's a Leo. Is that correct? He's the Leo, and you're the Taurus.
I'm the Leo.
You're the Leo. You're the Leo. Okay, so I see him. He's not budging. He's really stuck. And you're the one that I feel like there's more flexibility with you, but you know what you want as well. Here, and I don't feel like it's negative. It's just that you're very much know what you want in yourself and where you're going. But I just don't see him. He's not budging. He's not budging. What's going to happen with this relationship? This relationship.
You don't want to
Okay. Well, no, these two cards are really standing out to me. And this card to me, when I see this card, it's about like being sort of watched. I don't know, someone like wants to know where you are, or could be that they look at you like on the social media. But there is a thing about being watched with this one, and with this card too. I feel like this card is about you're both sort of in this situation, and you're both there being a little bit of a tug of war, but it's like stability. Like I feel like for you, like you want this relationship, but I feel like there may be more flexibility in the relationship. But as I said, I feel like but at the same time, I feel like you know what you want, and you're gonna work for it. Like you are moving into a much better place. This card is also standing out to me, and it's like what's coming up where you're heading. It's a much better place, and where you're looking at going, it's going to be with him or without him as well. But I do see a lot of love there. I do see love in the relationship. I do feel like you're someone that's very like passionate, or very giving. I can see you like sort of being giving, and it's like he expects the love. This man, he expects that love, but there's also a gentle side to him. There is like a nurturing and a very gentle side to him as well. He he kind of needs you. Like I feel like he needs you. Can you relate to this?
Yeah, he actually the reason he's stubborn budging is we're kind of in a tough spot because he's having to help his mother whose health is going down, and he feels like he has to be there and take care of her. Whereas my situation is a little different, so I'm trying to kind of be there for him in this situation.
Yeah. Look, the situation I don't feel like is going to change because like she's not the mum said is not well, but like, she's not changing, and I just feel like you just feel obligated to you. You're like you do what he has to do, and I do see you being there and also trying to help out, but he needs to make certain decisions for his mum. He can't do it all himself, and I feel like with the care that she like she does want him there, like she wants him there, like close to him. But I also feel like he can't be there all the time for her, and that's causing a bit of friction. I do feel like too. I do feel like he's a bit frustrated with this because it's obligation, but also he doesn't know how to tell her he can't do it all as well. I feel like that. I don't know, I feel like this relationship is staying together. I don't see the relationship actually ending. I see it staying together. I don't see like there is it's not going to be it's not perfect, but I know that where it's going to end up will be much better. And it's like we're taking the high road, but he's got some tough decisions to make with his mum. But she won't want to hear what he has to say because with her, she expects loyalty and she does kind of expect him to be there, and it's kind of like there's a kind of deflecting going on where he can't sort of tell her what he needs to tell her as well. And you're just there trying. I just see you there like sort of more like sort of behind the scenes, but comforting him. But I don't see the relationship actually ending. I do feel like there needs to be a break though. I do feel like you guys need like to take some time out, like some sort of like getaway. I do feel like there's a lot of stress that's coming up here with that too. But I'm going to say by the end of the year, he needs to make some decisions that he might not want to make, but he'll have to make them with the mum.
Really doesn't matter your condition.
That makes sense because that's something he talked about.
Yeah, I hope I've helped you today. So just make sure he keeps care and just he'll get through it. Is this something he has to face though as well? But yeah,
right, no.
It'll be fine. And do you have any other questions for me?
No, ma'am. Other than will he? How do I word this? Will this clear his conscience? Because that's kind of weighed on him. Just making sure that he was there for his mom. No matter which way it goes and what he has to tell her, but will he come out making sure his conscience is clear?
He feels like he's never done enough, or he's not doing enough. It's like he feels like he just can't do it enough. And his mum put the guilt on him. Like there's a lot of guilt that I feel like the mum's putting on him as well. Like I feel like she just kind of like play like play the violin strings too, but she doesn't want to hear anything. Like she also has a lot. The mother, even though I feel like she can be very like kind and very giving, but at the same time, sometimes she can expect too much of people, or she needs to sort of she's got also her own lessons to learn in this as well. Um, but I feel like there's something wrong with her leg, or like knee. Like my knee feels funny, so I feel like there's something with her knee as well. I do see her getting like medical attention too. Like her energy levels is down. But yeah, this is something that she'll also have to look at for herself too. Yeah. But I see you standing by this man. Yeah. Okay.
No, it doesn't feel right otherwise. So thank you.
That's okay. Thank you for calling in today. Okay, so next we got Lyndall from Lydia from America. Idaho in India. America. How can I help you?
Hi.
Hello.
I was just wondering if I can ask a question, or if there's my mom's out there somewhere. Give me a message. Or I had a question about my son. He's incarcerated right now. I was just wondering when he will be getting out.
Okay. I'm just hearing that song, that song from Cops, the Bad Boy. Okay, how will we get out? Okay. I feel like with him, it's a thing about trust with him, and with you. I kind of see love hearts. So I feel like this might be more than just a friend. With this, or he might think of you more than just a friend, or vice versa with this man. I feel like for him to get out, there needs to be like an appeal, or there is something about like court. I see more court coming up with this. I can see the judge with the hammer. And I feel like there's a thing about being like unfair, or there's unfair as well.
Yeah.
That's coming in with this too. Okay. And but also he also needs to face reality. Like he's also not. He's living in a bit of a dream. He also needs to face sort of the reality that he needs to face, but he's avoiding something as well. I do feel like he needs to say sorry. There needs to be an apology that comes forward with this as well. Sorry, was that sorry?
He wants to be with his wife, and she doesn't want to be with him. Well, it's his ex-wife now, and he was, and that he got put in jail, and she left right away, and she doesn't want nothing to do with him now. So he's going to face that he can't be with her no more. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, but I feel like he wants to be with you. Like I feel like he wants, like there's love hearts. I feel more with you, though.
Okay.
So I feel like there's more like love with you though with this man than his wife. So I don't feel like he wants to be with her. I feel like he'd more want to be with you.
Oh, I'm his mom.
Oh, you're his mum?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I just feel like he wants. I don't know. I just feel like I want you more than the wife. So I feel like there is love there. You're his mum. Yeah.
Yeah.
But as well, but I do. I mean, when does he get out? I'm hearing 20 like next year, 24. But I am seeing there's like more. But there's more courts with this. There's more like I'm on trial. Like I can just see the hammer, the judge's hammer. That's why I feel like there's more court with this. Like it's not finished yet. But I'm not sure what this person has done. But I just feel like that there needs to be some sort of like sorry or an apology that needs to come forward to help him. Also, I feel like a transition, or to help him sort of go out. I also feel like he's working very hard in there where he is too. But there's frustration here as well. I also feel like that when he comes out, there'll be like a new job like set up for him, or getting started and starting again. And it is like he's taken like a step back, or like 10 steps back. But it's all part of like a learning process with him too with this. And it's like but he's meant to, and this relationship, I feel like the door does need to close for someone else to come in, for someone who's better. Like he has learned a lot of lessons with this, and there I do see a lot of so there's a lot of self punishments too that's coming up. Too, I see him like punishing himself too. With this as well. Um, but I just feel like I need like I just need like it's like so I just hear like sorry. I just feel like there needs to be like a sorry, or he's saying sorry. Like a lot of apologies that are coming out with him too. You always see the best in him, and you know he is he he is your boy as well. He's but at the same time he does get a bit down, um, a bit down too. But there's still hope here with him. I just feel like there's still hope that when he comes out that there's a relationship, a new job, and for him to self get back on track. It's like once he sort of realizes, and when he comes out, I feel like that he's not going to make the same mistakes, or he's not, and he doesn't want to go back on his word either. Like it's like his word is his truth, or he's something about his word as well. But there's a lot of growing that's taking place in there where he is too. Okay. I do see a lady in spirit that's also with him in spirit too. I see this lady as being an older woman. I do feel like she's like a grandmother figure that's with him. I do see her as being like a little skinny lady that's with him, and she's
My
got
mom
glasses.
passed away in February, and he was close to my mom.
So she just wants to be close, like she's just with him and supporting him. He's okay. He's a big boy. I feel like he has got a bit of fight. So she's telling me he has got been some fights in there, but he's doing fine. She's saying that she's there to support him as too. I also see letter writing too in there. Like he's writing letters. I kind of feel like the ex-wife. I don't feel like she was for him. I just feel like she was very. Look, she could be very stubborn. But things had to be her way, and I just feel like that there's when he gets out and makes a new life for himself, there's someone much nicer out there for him who is going to be also understanding and will work with him more as well. I kind of feel like even though he's been poor in whatever it is that he's done, that there was I don't think it's from her, but there's someone as a third party involved that sort of pushed him to do whatever had been done. I feel like I'm being pushed a bit too, because I don't really feel like he really, whatever was done, he didn't really mean it.
Yeah.
So, and it's also like wrong time, like wrong place. And he kind of knew. I feel like he kind of knew that he was gonna go to jail, or it wasn't gonna work out. I feel like I just kind of feel like he kind of knew.
Does it show that he'll be having one of his kids with him? He has 3 kids with her. He has 3 kids with his ex-wife, and he's wanting to be able to visit them and stuff. Will that happen for him?
Was that children? Sorry.
Yeah.
Was it
Will he be able to have his children when he gets out?
Okay. Look, I feel like he may have to go to court for that. And like I have a hearing that the court will decide, so he may have to go to court to see that whether or not he'll be able to. I feel yes that he will be able to see them. He's done the work. Like I don't feel your son's like all bad. And I feel like that, as I said, like long as there's remorse and there's sorry there, and I feel like he does want to be a good parent figure for these children. He misses them. I feel like he misses them dearly. Like he knows he's done is not the right thing. I can't get the court will decide. But I have a feeling, like she might. I don't feel like she'll want him to see them. I feel like she may try to stop it, but I feel like she may not have a choice. Because at the same time, he does have a right. I just feel like, but there might be more court with that. So I just feel like court will decide. But I feel like positive. Like, he might get like, I'm not sure how it works over there, but I do feel like maybe like 30% of the time, like it might not be like 50% or like 100%, but there'll be like a percentage like 30% or something like that he will be able to see them. I feel like you're going to be able to help him with the children. You're very good. You're a very good mom to stand with him.
Thank you. Yes.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll leave it there, but thank you for calling in today.
Thank you.
It's okay.
And have
thank you. You too. Have a good day. So everyone, it's an amazing week. If you do have some time and you are in Sydney, New South Wales, or if you can get to Sydney, in Darling Harbour, please come down and say hi. I'm in store A21, and it's there's a lot going on here. There's a lot of workshops. It's a really big festival. I'm here twice a year, and there's food, there's hot chocolate, there's readings, there's spiritual development, there's jewelry, there's everything here that you can think of. It's a really fabulous event that we have here. So if you want to contact me, you can. You can contact me on my website, Lady D Psychic Parties, or my says my website. My Instagram is Lady D Psychic. The same as my TikTok, and I also have a YouTube channel, which is Lady D or Danielle Psychic. So I hope you all have a wonderful week ahead and have a really good new moon. And I will see you again same time, different place next week. So bye for now.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Mini Medium
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, friends. Happy Wednesday and happy hump day. And I am so excited, as some may see if you are on, if you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube on the A1R Psychic Radio or the Moonstruck TV. I am wearing zebra print today. I actually went and got my nails done, and I've got some beautiful bright pink like fluorescent with really cute zebra stripes. So this is so me, very bougie, very blingy, as I'm going to South Africa in a few days. So super excited, and I wanted to kind of come on and share my excitement for going to South Africa. But more importantly, we are here to do readings and also, of course, to hear what our affirmation is for the day. And so I'm going to hop right into that, because I'll tell you, the energy, the vibrations have been just phenomenal today. We're out of that crazy retrograde. Woo woo. I'm so excited. It was a rough one for me. I struggled. And even yesterday, I'll tell you, I had some bad juju or bad energy. So I don't know what was going on. So we're good today. Thank goodness. Thank goodness my show is tonight and not last night, because, man, y'all's wouldn't want my energy from last night. So the number that I've been drawn to today is the number 32, which I know that's kind of an interesting, rather large number. But there's always got to be a reason. So as I was sitting here and meditating, as I always do before my shows and getting ready, I just trust in my spirit guides. I trust in my intuition, and I saw the number 32 pop up. So for me, 32, as this may connect with anybody that is listening or anyone that I do a reading for, whether it's on my show tonight, my mini medium show, or whether it's on my Facebook page, Stephanie's Tarot Readings. I do about 2 hours of free readings. So hop on tonight on Stephanie's Tarot Readings on Facebook. And really quickly, I'm going to shout this out too before I forget. So I am now able to do free readings and go live on my TikTok. And my TikTok is also Mini Medium 75. And then Instagram is also Mini Medium 75. So I trying to streamline the name there so it's a lot easier to find me. So let's see what our beautiful affirmation is to ourselves. What little mantra are we going to say? The affirmation for this week, and actually, we'll do it. You know what? Even when I'm in South Africa, I'm going to see if I can't try to at least post. I would love to go and do my live show from South Africa. I'll talk to my producer. We'll figure that out. But anyhow, here is your affirmation. I like to take care of myself with love. through rest, play, movement, and positive thinking. I freaking love this. I love this because I am so excited because I'm going to take care of myself with love through rest. I'm definitely going to be resting while I'm in South Africa. I am planning to play, absolutely. Movement, I'm planning to meditate and do a little yoga out there with the zebras and the rhinos and the giraffes. And positive thinking. And how can you not think positive when you are out, being one with nature and a beautiful, beautiful country and just getting that time to zen? I'm super excited. So that for me fits beautifully. And I hope that it also fits for any of the listeners on tonight, or if you ever get the chance to hop on and listen to the A1R Psychic Radio, the Moonstruck TV, my show, The Mini Medium, and many, many others that are now part of A1R that are phenomenal, very gifted readers. So, all right. Well, let's go ahead and let's take my first caller. And this is Jenny from Nebraska. Hi, Jenny.
Hi. Did you say South Africa?
I am going to South Africa.
Oh, that's where my grandson's father is from. That's
really?
amazing.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
Okay,
sorry?
no coincidences. No coincidence.
That's just so cool. And you said 32.
That.
I don't know. I'm sure it doesn't. I was like trying to think if something 32 pertained to me. And that's actually when I got pregnant with my last daughter. And I had asked the universe for her.
Oh my gosh. Well, I love that. And I always say that, the visions that I get, sometimes I question them, but I know without a doubt there's a reason. So here we are bringing up two beautiful connections with you. And I just, through the fact that South Africa is familiar and then the number 32. So I love that.
And her favorite animal is giraffe.
Are you serious? Well,
Yeah.
So
I was just sitting here like smiling.
I love that. Well, funny story, just really quick. I went and got my nails done today, and if you go on and watch the video later, either on YouTube or on Facebook, but I chose to I'm wearing a very zebra outfit, and I was getting my nails done, and I asked to do zebra, and then after I thought, oh, I love giraffes. Maybe I should have done giraffes, but either way, I'm excited to go and see all these.
Oh yeah, that's really neat. It just made me think of a funny thing, but I'll just message it to you instead.
Okay. Yes, please. I would love
my
that.
mind goes all over the place.
Me too, hon. I'm definitely one that I'm a Gemini.
You said
so
nails. And there's a funny. I will send you like a link or something to it because there's like a cartoon where this lady's doing this other lady's nails. Like part of it says, "Do you have a boyfriend?" And she says, "No."
Yes.
"You want Jewel $5 more?" And she says, "No, that's why you no boyfriend."
I know exactly which one you're talking about, Jenny, and I love it. She says, "Oh, you have boyfriend?" And she says, "No." "Oh, why you no have? Why you no have?"
Yeah. And then you want Jewel $5 more? No, that's why you no boyfriend. You didn't want to pay the extra to have her nails prettier.
I know. I love that.
That's hilarious.
She is hilarious. Oh my gosh. Yes.
And my oldest daughter can do that voice identically.
Oh yeah.
It sounds just like it. And I've had neighbor kids that are like, "That's not your daughter." I'm like, "Yeah, it is." "Well, she sounds like she's Chinese." I was like, "She is. You didn't know that?"
Yeah, right. She's just very good at doing interpretations. That's what it is.
Funny.
Oh,
Ew.
I love it. Oh, Jenny, you're so fun. I'm so happy that you are on my show. Tell me, have you ever had a reading done before?
I love AR1 radio. I just haven't been on for quite a while.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they're wonderful people.
Yes,
and I have not seen you before. So it's been a while, I guess, because I've not seen you.
Yeah.
And I'm just excited. And I have to ask, you said Mini mini medium?
Yes, so I am 5 feet tall, and
Okay.
I have been a practicing psychic medium for 27 years. And so
Nice.
yeah, so my license plate says mini medium and everything. So yeah, that is my name. Yeah. My husband is the one that came up with that. So he's very creative. And
My mother is 4'8".
oh, I love her. She's my people.
She's a feisty little Pollock.
Oh yes, they say we're
yeah.
firecrackers.
Yesterday, I read a thing about how, because I have a lot of friends that are shorter than I am, and I'm only 5'6", but I saw this thing that said, "I'm not short, so I only grow things to perfection."
That's right. That is so true.
So,
and I agree.
Stop growing, yeah.
That's so true. Oh my gosh, I love it. I'll remember that one. That's another good one. I love it. Well, tell me what kind of reading. How can I help you tonight?
Sorry, I haven't. There it goes. I haven't called for a while because I have a lot going on, and I hate putting out bad juju. I just want to know if, like, I don't know, whatever you feel comfortable with. If you have any of my people that I looked up to that have passed, to have a message, or if you want to do a card, or if you reading, just whatever feel you get. Just, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I love it. Very open to whatever messages we get. So, no, I love that. And I'll tell you, just as you've been talking, my room here, I have a beautiful studio, and where I do my private readings or Zoom readings or my show. And the room gets very different when I start to channel the other side. And so just as you started to talk, I started to feel the energy shift, which is such a good sign. I also sweat, and I'm starting to get sweaty, which I know is really weird and it's really gross, but it's always my sign of energy that's here. Yeah, it's always my, I guess I would say, my yes or no connection to with the other side.
Yeah.
Now tell me, I do get numbers a lot, so numerology for me and in my readings is very important. And as I've been sitting here, I really like the number 32. I keep feeling a very strong female, and she just keeps showing me the number 9. So the month of September, the 9th of a month, 9 years ago. Do you connect with the number 9 with someone who has passed?
I'm sorry. I've been posting on my Facebook that I miss my baka, my grandma. Her birthday was November 9th.
Oh my gosh. Oh, this is beautiful, Jenny. Oh my gosh. Well, there you go. There's even more validation of grandma.
And on my post, it says that I wish that I hope that I made her proud, and that I hope that I'm 1/10 of the strong woman that she was.
Oh,
you said a strong person, and I'm just like, yeah, that's. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was her.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love that.
She survived a switch.
No, you're good, hun. I love that, and I love that. Out of 31 days in a month, and then she shows me her birthday, the number 9. I mean, how beautiful that she given us this validation of what you did, and seeing, that you posted this. And without a doubt, with all of my being, Jenny, your grandmother is so proud of you. And I feel like one of the things she has shown me too, and I don't know what this is about, so I'm just going to tell you, and hopefully you connect with this. But I am seeing owls, owls, not, the bird, the owl. Yes.
Wow. One's been hanging around outside.
Are you serious?
In the back, yeah.
Oh, oh
my
goodness.
My oldest daughter lost her best friend the end of April. I think it was beginning of May. I'm sorry. I feel bad I forgot, but she was telling me about this owl, and I was out talking to it, hooting back and forth, whatever, like 2 nights ago.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, here you go. Here's another just beautiful validation of your grandmother being right outside and guiding and protecting and watching over all of you. And I really feel that the 32 is her way of connecting as well. And I know you said this is your daughter's. You were 32 when you had your daughter. Is that correct?
My youngest daughter. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you, I feel your grandmother is really wanting to validate too that your youngest daughter, who we validated the 32 with, is very gifted. I feel she, even just intuitively, I can feel her energy and very special. I feel she's just got some very special gifts. So
yeah, she is. Yeah, definitely gifted.
She is, if she is, and this, your grandmother, validating that too. And I don't know, I have a name coming through, and names are a bit cryptic for me. But I keep hearing like the name, like with an E, like Eva or Evelyn, or an E name. Do you connect with the name with the letter E beginning? Not many names.
Wow, I've lost so many people. I can't think.
Okay, that's okay. No.
Cousin, I haven't talked to in many years, so I don't think she would be coming through. And I think she's still with us, so I'm not sure. Maybe Boxa has a message for Evelyn. I don't know.
Yeah. So I was just keep that in mind. Keep the name in mind, just because there's a reason why I'm seeing that. Or even Eleanor, it's very distinguished name I can feel coming from her. Now I know I've got about, gosh, I don't know, maybe 5-6 minutes. I know my shows are so short. Oh, my producer said 8 minutes. So, and I know I've got another caller waiting, but please, if you can, I know you're in Nebraska, and I'm not sure the time zone, but at 7:45 Mountain Time. So right now it's about probably 6:20 my time. I do free readings on my Facebook page.
It's 7:20 here.
Okay, so it'll be 8:45 your time. If you hop on my Stephanie's tarot reading page, I would love to continue this reading for free for you. So if you want to, here in an hour-ish, hop on to Stephanie's tarot readings, and I'll continue where we're leaving off because I have more for you. Does that work?
Oh my gosh, I would love that, and I can't wait to tell my daughters, especially my younger one, because she's been having a hard time lately.
Oh,
so,
well, you definitely, hop on and bring them with you if you can, or have them hop on too.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Jenny. Well, I can't wait to see you here in a little bit. You have a great, wonderful night. But I'll talk to you here soon for sure. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. You're so welcome. Bye-bye. Okay. All right. I would love to take my next caller. I know I don't have Tony. Hi, Tony.
Hello?
This is Stephanie, the mini medium. How can I help you tonight?
Oh, I just wanted to see if I lost my little brother 7 years ago, and I didn't know if you could tell me if he's been trying to send me signs to connect with me.
And you said this is your brother?
Yeah, my baby brother.
Baby brother. Okay. I'm so sorry for your loss, my friend. Can I ask really quickly, do you connect with the number 32 with yourself or your brother by chance?
32. No, not that I know of. I mean, that doesn't really,
That's okay. Sometimes the number is, I get numbers, and so I like to see if maybe my caller before you did connect with that number. So I'll get numbers as I'm channeling the other side. But speaking of numbers, I keep seeing the number 12 with you. So 12 is the month of December, or the 12th of a month.
right.
Do you connect with that number with yourself or your baby brother?
Not with my baby brother, no, but I do connect with that number with my husband. So, and so that may be why, because we are having problems, or at this time we're separated.
Okay. Okay. All right, hun. So that would be why. That would be where the vision is coming in. Now, one thing I do feel, I know I don't have a lot of time, probably about 5 minutes, but I want to tell you, the first feeling I was getting when you mentioned the loss of your brother was that there was this overwhelming sense of wanting to apologize to you, telling you, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And I feel it's because your brother is just taking so much responsibility for his passing. I feel like I keep getting that he could have, possibly changed things up in his life that would have led him a different path. Do you understand
Right.
that with your brother? Does that make
Yeah, because I mean, he was actually killed by a DUI driver, but he was on the road at like say 4 o'clock in the morning. So his lifestyle is what had him on the road. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I see. I see why he's saying, "Gosh, I should have, or I could have gone a different direction, or I could have just stayed home, or
Right.
And I do feel that he's, if I'm channeling him, I feel this coming through. And do you connect with the name? Oh, well, your name is Tony. Well, I keep hearing Anthony. Anthony. So, do you connect with the name Anthony?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And may I ask how you connect with that name? Is that someone you
Well,
are?
Anthony is I have another brother named Anthony, and I have a nephew named Anthony.
Okay. Okay. I feel this is your brother, and I feel that your brother in spirit is bringing up your brother. Do you see how this comes through? How they bring names through. No, I've got about 2 minutes left for you, but I want to tell you, I truly feel that your brother is wanting and needing for you to know that, for one thing, Tony, he was not in pain. I do not feel he's in pain or was in pain. I do feel that I feel he crossed over and then came back into the physical world and then crossed over again. When I get that feeling, it's usually because he may have been resuscitated, it may have been on life support. So if this is your brother, I want you to know that the soul I'm channeling is making me feel that way. And in addition, also a sense of him really being around you. And please watch for this sign from your brother. He is leaving you coins, like ridiculous amounts.
Yeah.
So,
Yes,
so
I've been finding a lot of 1979 coins, and that's the year he was born.
yes,
Yes.
okay. I love that because he was showing me the year on the coin, so that even is more validation.
Yep.
So I love that we just had a few minutes, but I hope that this just gave you some peace and comfort in knowing that he's a very protective soul, my friend, very much so.
Right. Okay.
Well, I've enjoyed this short minute, a couple minutes,
Yes.
but I hope I hope this gave you some peace, my friend.
Yes, thank you.
Good, good. You're welcome. You have a beautiful night, okay?
You too. You too.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Well, thank you, friends. I appreciate you all being here, and I am excited. Please send me all lots of love and light as I to go on this trip and 20-something hours on a plane. But I will see you guys hopefully next week. If not, maybe a couple weeks out. All right. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. My name is Suzanne Marie, and I am with Psychic Paths. Welcome tonight to my show. I am so happy that you had found the time to come and listen and watch and call. Thank you so much to the callers and the listeners. We appreciate you every single day that you listen to us and you call in. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, which means I do speak to past loved ones. I want to bring up to the audience about positive affirmations and how we can attract abundance and the things that are meant for us when we do think positive. And it's awfully hard. It's awfully hard to stay positive in our reality. Someone said it was human nature today. Someone was talking to me and they said it was human nature to believe that things were going to work out. And that isn't human nature, that's work. Human nature is when we walk to the edge of the cave that we're in a billion years ago, and we ask ourselves, what's going to kill us? What's going to chase us? That is where our mind is at. Our mind is always at what's going to happen in the negative. But we have to work at being positive. We have to remember that the universe is working in our favor. Always. The universe is working in our favor. And so if we just open up our minds and our heart to the fact that the universe and everything is working towards our betterment, then I believe that good things will come. Blocks won't happen. Bad things might happen because that's reality, but we need to be on the same page as the universe and know that we deserve good things and we can accept good things that are coming. We have, is it Delia? Delia. What a beautiful name. What a beautiful name. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing good. What can I help with tonight for you?
Whatever you see or feel or.
Okay. Let's see what Spirit says. Let me check in a little bit. So, are you going through a hard time? Because I feel like you've been through a lot. There's something that's telling me that you've been through a lot. And I see it. Those are the visions that I see, that you've had kind of a hard time of it. Am I connecting with you? Does that resonate?
Yes.
Some things are out of your control. Some of the things that are happening are out of your control, and you can't change them. What you can do is become probably more resilient and more. I think you need more faith. I think at this point you need more faith because you've been through too much. And I just, instead of saying, why is this happening to me? I want to ask you, what have you learned from going through all these hardships?
What have I learned?
Yeah. Have you learned anything
I'm
to make you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm stronger than I was 20 years ago, that's for sure.
Have you, just out of curiosity, because that's my life too, have you learned how to be softer?
Softer?
Softer, yes. We always say that we go through hard times to make us stronger, but in actuality, it makes us softer human beings too. More heart, more sensitivity.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Well, for certain things, yeah.
I feel like it was a life of lessons and a lot of lessons. And from what Spirit says, you're an incredible person. And I don't think you know that. I think that you had gotten some wrong messages as a child that continued to feed in to the first bad messages. And I don't think you know how beautiful and precious you really are and have become through hardship. It has not, it's not working. It's not working to stay stuck in what has happened and how much has happened. I think I do see an end to it. I do see a tipping point where you will have the life that you want. But I think what I would suggest, and maybe this is why we've connected, is that you try to focus on what you've learned, what you've become, who was there when you needed them. Were the right people at the right time there, not necessarily to save you, but to be there and support you. I just think that you don't know how precious you are, and it's, I feel like you think maybe you've done something wrong in a past life, or you're being punished, and it's not. You're not being punished. I believe that these are lessons to mold you into a better person, a softer person, and I think that you are immensely loved from Spirit, period. You are just immensely loved. And I feel like what I would like to say is you're awesome. What I feel from what you've gone through, I feel like you're just an awesome person and a survivor, if I might add that.
Oh, thank you.
So, but I do believe that things are changing. I would just like you to take yourself out of being stuck there and move forward. Now there's tomorrow, and tomorrow you can change your mind about holding on to what happened and just move forward one day at a time. Make a conscious effort to know that Spirit and God and all the good things are wanting you to just move forward and step forward, and emotionally and mentally work on and knowing that they're there for you. Am I making sense, or am I rambling?
Yes.
I don't want to
No, you're
ramble.
making sense. No, you're making sense.
Okay. Because you have a really beautiful heart, and I think it's just a lesson now in how do you move forward? How do you take control? You become tomorrow the person you want to be, and there's nobody to stop you. And you can start making the changes in your life by becoming the person that you know you are and want to be. Does that make sense?
It does. Uh-huh.
And Spirit is with you. I see you have a lot of people on the other side that love you to death. And I just feel like good things are gonna happen. Don't lose faith. Don't lose hope. We all need faith and we all need hope, or why go on? So hold on to the thing that right now tonight that is really, really important, and that would be faith. Faith and hope. And know that good things are coming. It's a matter of timing, and it's a matter of moving forward. Just move forward. All right, sweetheart?
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Well, thank you so much for allowing me to read for you. I find it amazing that I've met you and felt your energy. You are wonderful.
Yeah. Well,
And
I appreciate that.
thank you so much for calling, and I hope you have a great week now, okay?
Thank you, and you too.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
Hello, everyone. So as we're being raised to be careful and weary and fearful and all of this, I want you to remember that the universe is working in your favor. It really just wants you to concentrate on opening up to the good things and the possibilities in life. Don't hold on to the negatives that have happened to you. Instead of saying, why did this happen to me? Ask yourself, what have I learned from this? And are there other people benefiting from this? And it's not always about being stronger. Why be stronger? This is 2023. Be softer, be kinder, and be gentle. Be the person you want to be, and be the person that you needed when you were going through this hard time. And I guess that's what I have to say tonight. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for all the callers tonight. And I will be here next week. Bye-bye.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Wendy McCallum Show with Wendy McCallum. Wendy McCallum. Live from divineintuition.co.uk.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Wendy McCallum Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
My name is Wendy McCallum, and this is A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. So welcome. This is my first ever show, and I must say I'm really excited to be here. But I bet you can hear my heart. It's going ding, 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 ding. So I'm absolutely really, really nervous as well. So please be patient with me. Please be patient with me. So thank you so much for having me. Last week we had some technical problems and we never quite managed it, but we've managed to get here this evening. So thanks for your patience. So my name is Wendy McCallum. I am in the UK. I live in a place called Surrey, which is just outside London. And you might notice I've got a little bit of an accent. I've got a wee accent. And I'm originally from Ayrshire in Scotland, which is Robbie Burns country. So I've been down in Surrey for about 30 years, but not lost the accent. So what is my show going to be about? Tell me. Well, I would like you to tell me what you want me to do. I would like to engage you. I would love to hear your stories. Really, I would love to help you understand your abilities. And, where does it start, really, I suppose? How do you know you're psychic? What's the difference between psychic and mediumship? There's so many questions that when we get involved in this, it's really actually quite overwhelming, So, how do you know you're psychic? Well, you might just know things. You might just feel things. You might be aware of things. You might walk into a room and just know instantly there's been an argument in that room because you can feel that energy. You can feel that tension. You might have dreams. You might have lucid dreams. You might have premonitions about things. And some premonitions are okay. And other premonitions can be not so nice, So, for example, you've got to be kind of careful, really, because the amount of times I've walked up to somebody and went, "Oh, congratulations." And they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Well, you're pregnant." And they're like, "No, I'm not." And you're like, "Oh, okay." And then 2 days later, you get a phone call. So you've got to be really, really careful with things. You might find that you're a good judge of character, or you get gut feelings about things, or you just feel things on a really deep level. And sometimes that's quite hard because as an empath, that's what that is when you feel things on a real deep level, and when you connect, with other people. It can be quite hard because I got to a point where I just don't watch. I find it very, very difficult to watch the news or the TV, and I would love to hear your stories. So write in and tell me about these things. Do you find that you're like this, that you feel things on a deep level, that you find things really upsetting, or you get really over emotional and you think, "Oh my goodness, why am I getting so emotional about that?" So, is everybody psychic? Can everybody be psychic? Well, yes, everybody can be psychic. And yes, everybody can be intuitive because everybody's got intuition. And you use that intuition. And then you say to me, "Well, Wendy, if I'm psychic, what do you do with it?" And that's the hard bit, is do you then decide to develop that or not? And what's the difference between psychic and mediumship? Well, when my clients come to me for a reading, I explain it this way. Psychic is about you. It's about me connecting in with your energy. And that's if your energy allows me to connect with it. Whereas mediumship is not necessarily about connecting to you, although we do need you to be able to connect to those loved ones in the spirit world. So, psychic's about you and mediumship's about connecting to the loved ones in spirit. And then we've got, I talk about mediumship as being mental mediumship. I don't really like that word, mental mediumship, because we're not mental, but it's because it comes through the mind. So how do we develop these abilities that we've got? Or what should we do, when we start feeling things or seeing things, and when does it happen and who does it happen to? And, for me, my psychic ability kind of kicked in my early 20s. And I remember I was actually in the car and I'd been clubbing, been partying the night before, and I was taking some friends home. And I was driving on the motorway and I was in the fast lane and I was doing about 60, 70 miles an hour. And all of a sudden, I heard really, really clearly, get into the crash position. And I was like, what? And I heard it again, get into the crash position. And I said to my passengers, get into the crash position. And they went, what? And they looked at me like I was crazy. I went, just do it. And I put my hand over my head. I think that's because I was driving. And my passengers put their hands over their heads. And if they hadn't have done that, we wouldn't have been alive, because literally within split seconds, the car that was in the lane beside us had come out and clipped us and then sent us into the central reservation. The car hit the central reservation, spun back, spun the other way, hit something, spun back, hit the other way. So it spun 3.5 times, ended up facing the wrong way on the motorway. And actually the back seat was metal. The back seat had snapped in half with the impact. All the tyres had completely blown out and were non-existent. And the front of the car was actually hanging out the front. So there really wasn't much left of the vehicle at all. And we managed to get to safety in the Spirit. And then I heard you'd left the engine on. So I switched the engine off because I had a full tank of petrol. And we seemed to walk between the traffic across the other side of the road, and that was when I collapsed. And I had a suspected broken back and broken neck. So we were really, really lucky that I heard my guide, and that was when the first time that I heard Emily, my guide. So we've got different guides for different things. So you've got guides and guardian angels, okay? So your guides, guides will come and go, depending on learning curves, learning experiences, and what you've got to learn and what you're going through at that time. And guides will come to support you. But you've got guardians, or guardian angels, as some people call them, and those guardians are with you from birth. Are with you even before you're conceived, as you come into this world. And those guardian or guardian angels are with you through life. And normally guides cannot intervene in life, but I believe guardian angel can, because Emily did that day. So that's one of my stories. I've got lots of stories. Like, if you want to tell me about your stories, please write in and tell me all about them. In fact, we'll get you on the show and you can tell everybody else about your experiences and stuff. So if you want to get in touch with me, get in touch with me at Facebook, which is Wendy McCallum Medium on Facebook, or Wendy McCallum at hotmail.com. So tell me your stories about your guides and your guardian angels. Okay. So how do you develop this ability? So what you've got to do then is you have to build a rapport. It's like a friendship that you build with your spirit team. And the more that you take time to get to know them, the more that they are able to get to know you and work with you. And then the more familiar you become with them. So we've all got different abilities. Some people might hear more, or some people might see more or feel more. So these psychic abilities are called the clair abilities. And we've got clairvoyance, which means clear seeing, clairaudience, which is clear hearing, clairsentience is clear feeling, claircognizance is clear knowing, and empathy is what we feel. So when we talk about seeing things, it's not external, it's not outside, it's internal, it's inside your head. Normally, very occasionally do you see spirit in full form, or very occasionally do you see things external, or very occasionally will you hear an external voice. But normally it's internal. So if you can imagine, do me a favour, just sit there for a moment, quieten your mind, and just think about your front door. Visualise your front door. What colour is it? Where's the letterbox? What is it? Now, that's how you see things inside your head. So I'm aware that I've kind of prattled on a little bit here, or I've been talking quite a bit, yeah. So maybe next week we can begin to talk about the clairs or a little bit more. And then maybe you can call in if you've got questions that you want to ask me about your abilities or tell me stories that's happened or whatever. Now, exciting stuff. I'm going to be at MBS London, which is a Mind Body Spirit event at Olympia London. That's this weekend from Friday to Monday. I'm going to be installed D9, that's D for Delta, number 9. And I'm going to be showing all my artwork. So this is some of my artwork behind me here, yeah. And I'm going to be there. So come along and say hello. And if you come on my Facebook page and follow me on Facebook at Wendy McCallum Medium, I will be putting a voucher code so that you can get a little bit of a discount on your entry fee at Mind Body Spirit. So, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody, I thank you so much for taking the time to sit with me this evening. And I would like you to tell me what you want from me in future shows. I would love to bring in people to talk to you, to talk about different things, healing, crystals, Reiki, counselling, things like that. So please get in touch with me, Wendy McCallum Medium at hotmail.com. Take care, have a fantastic week, yeah, and I will see you next week. Sending you much love and blessings. Take care, God bless.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and I am here for you to answer your deepest, I was going to say darkest, but you don't have to be darkest, questions, your most pressing affairs of the heart. And I'll answer pretty much anything as long as it's not calculus or geography. So it's been an interesting week. A lot of clients and a lot of friends seem to be going through a lot of changes. And I notice that when in my practice, when I have a lot of people who are all sort of going through the same thing, it seems to be seems to be sort of in the air. And what I've been noticing is that people are breaking out of old patterns, right? So if you've been feeling stuck for a long time, you might be feeling suddenly unstuck. But sometimes it's hard to know where to go when you're not operating in your old limitations or your old patterns, right? And it's interesting. I'm going to talk about insects for a second. Bear with me, as one does. The reason I'm talking about insects is that, caterpillars turn into butterflies, right? But what happens is when a caterpillar becomes the larva, becomes a butterfly, it completely dissolves. So the old caterpillar is gone. There's nothing but caterpillar soup, completely dissolved. And out of that caterpillar soup comes this gorgeous butterfly. So what I've been talking about a lot this week is that moment when you've changed from your old self. I mean, you're still keeping the good parts, um, but you've dropped some of your old limitations, and you're forging into your future. But the future can seem kind of unmapped or unknown. But trust yourself. You're caterpillar soup right now, and all the essential nutrients you need to be a butterfly are right there. But the soup part can be a little disconcerting. So stay with it and know that by this time next week, you'll pretty much be a butterfly, which could be disconcerting to your friends and family. But just try not to knock anything over with your enormous colorful wings, and everything will be fine. So I'm Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic. This is Moonstruck TV. We're also on A1R radio, and we've got listeners and watchers everywhere. Really cool. Australia, New Zealand, the US, Canada, all of the United Kingdom. So give us a call. Meanwhile, I'm going to do the psychic weather for the week, which is where I pick 3 tarot cards. Excuse me. And they represent the first part, the middle part, and the last part of this week, starting today. Hi, Beth in Wyndham, Maine. Oh, I love Maine. I'll be with you in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I don't have an actual lamb to prove that, but 2 shakes of an imaginary lamb's tail. Just going to do the psychic weather. So glad you're here. Okay. So the first card, that's interesting. First card that came up, I don't pre-pick these either, just trust to fate, which is perhaps foolish, but it works. First card is the Knight of Swords. This is an interesting card because this is often means that somebody, you're getting unexpected help from somewhere. See how he's kind of galloping in on his white horse to rescue you? That's kind of what's happening. You might be faced with a problem or a situation that seems, well, not unsolvable, but like, what do I do about this? And what I like to do in this situation is close my eyes and say, help, help. And almost always help appears. So the first part of this week is going to be about you getting perhaps unexpected information or unexpected advice or unexpected help that you maybe didn't even know you needed, although I just said you think you did. So that's all very confusing. Sorry, my throat is, I just got over COVID, so my throat is still a little, I'm talking very low. Anyway, so first part of the week is about just unexpected help. So if you're in a situation where you want a little help, just kind of close your eyes, say, help, please, help. And then watch what happens and pay attention to any information that comes into your range of view, I guess would be a good way to put it. Okay, next card. Oh, that's interesting. The Justice card. Whenever I get the Justice card, it's often for somebody who has had a lot of potential and a lot of opportunities, but their talent or their gifts or their what they contribute hasn't always been fully recognized. When this card shows up, it means that that situation is about to change for the better. I know a lot of people, when they get the Justice card, it's supposed to be about legal stuff. I'm not getting, that's one meaning. I'm not getting that with this. So what I'm getting is that you're going to be recognized in some way midweek. Um, I don't know if this is a promotion or if it's something you've wanted. It's almost like you're getting a little discovered. Does that make sense? Um, it's a very nice card. We like this card a lot. And I love doing that. And the last card, what's the last card? Oh, love that card. Cool. High Priestess card. High Priestess. I know she kind of looks like a nun, but there's a lot of kind of sexual imagery around her. If you look at the card, this does not. I'm phrasing this really badly. What this means is at the end of the week, you're going to find yourself being more intuitive than usual. The High Priestess card is a card of spirituality, but it's spirituality that's useful, it's practical, it's in our everyday life. So leave yourself open to intuitive answers to questions or problems that might be coming up this week. I realize I'm talking a lot more about challenges and problems this week than usual, but that's actually a good thing because I feel that the week coming up is a week when a lot of things are going to get kind of unstuck and resolved for all of us, which is very nice. I could use that too. So towards the end of the week, just trust your intuition. And sometimes I like to just go check in with my tummy. if I'm not sure which particular path to take or which particular direction to go, I'll ask my tummy. I'll say, like, does this feel right? My tummy will be like, yeah, rock on. Or no, don't even think about it. Trust your tummy. Okay. There we go. Oops. Sorry about that. And totally screwed that up. Oh well. So Beth, tell me of yourself. How are you, my love?
I am fantastic. Thank you. How are you?
Oh, that's so nice to hear. I am all the better for hearing your voice. So I like to connect with people through their birthday. Yeah, well, you've got a lovely voice. I like to connect with people through their birthdays. So if you want to tell me when your birthday is, that helps me tune in.
You want the year as well or just the date?
Oh, just the date. I won't tell you mine.
4/21.
Oh,
April 21st, 1969, and I'm proud of it.
Oh, you're just a baby. Please. I think, I'm in the same general territory. I think it's our most beautiful, powerful, and wonderful time. So, does that make you, do you identify as an Aries or a Taurus?
I'm a Taurus.
Good. Okay. I love Taurus.
I'm on the cusp, but I'm a Taurus.
Well, cusp, I don't really believe in cusp because it's like my kidney is next to my liver, but it's not the same thing. So I think you're a Taurus.
I'll go with Taurus.
Yeah. And besides, I love Tauruses. I'm a Pisces. We need you guys to keep us sane and grounded. Tauruses are just the best friends, too. You guys are so loyal. You're a little too truthful sometimes, but we love that.
We're beautiful people, we Taurus.
You are beautiful people. 1 second, I just have to get rid of this call. 1 second there. Beth, are you still there?
I am.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so sorry. I just got disconnected. Anyway, so where were we?
It's quite all right. We're good.
Thank you. I but stuff like that. So it feels to me like actually things are kind of going great in your life. It feels like your question might be about somebody else. Is that the case?
It concerns somebody else, but it's actually for me.
Okay, good. Well, the reason I ask that is because you're very generous. You take care of your friends, you take care of your family, and you're genuinely empathetic. You take care of other people. So that would be why I would think that. So what's your question, my angel?
I'm just checking in to see if this is what I think it is with this one.
I think
I was recently reconnected with somebody from years ago. Like we had one interaction in 2016, and it's come back around. So I'm just curious.
Yes,
that kind of falls into that caring category because that's who I am.
Oh, yes. No, that's true. Is this, dare I ask, is this a romantic interest?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Yes. I never use the word destiny. So this is going to be a one-off. But there's a real kind of a destiny feel here. And I think that's why you're calling, because I think as a lovely and delightful Taurus, there's a part of you that's very realistic and very, a little hard-headed and a little like, you know, I don't believe in destiny. But I think there's an aura around this that makes you feel like this feels a little preordained. What's going on here? Is that true?
That is very true.
Yeah. And that's not something you're used to feel. I mean, you're very realistic. You're very, I mean, you have your share of magic, but life has taught you that betting on magic is not accepting magic when it comes along, but is great. But there's a magic here. Another word I don't use very often. I really like this. I really like this. And wow. There's also been, I think you'll find with this person that you might not know all of this yet, but there are a number of sort of weird coincidences. You'll find maybe over the years you've lived in very like near each other. There's weird coincidences here, which I'm going to take as a marker of this is something special, and this is a good person. I mean, good, like actively good. Somebody who has worked in his character, who learns from his mistakes or her mistake. I didn't ask what gender, but but
no, it's a male. It's all
yeah,
good.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I got. But I just wanted to.
But it doesn't matter because gender is the human body. Soul is not a gender, so we're good.
Oh, can I come over? Can we have a drink? You're awesome. I could be there in 3 hours.
Well, I have a little secret that I didn't tell you because I'm a medium. I just can never read myself, so I see a lot of things. I get a lot. I understand a lot.
Yeah. Oh, no wonder I feel like I know you.
You do know me, just not face to face.
Yeah, you're the real deal. You are the real deal. It came and found you. You did not go looking for it. And you've had in this lifetime, you've had several lives in this lifetime already. Because really interesting. What, you're so interesting. I know. Wouldn't it be great if we could read for ourselves? Gosh.
No, because I don't want to know I don't want to know the whole future. I'd like a few surprises.
That's true.
I'll keep the few surprises. This is just one of those things that was, whoop, they're in my face. And yes, there are so many lineups over the past.
Yeah. It's really interesting. I almost. Does he have kids? 2 kids?
He does not, no.
Oh, where am I getting 2 kids from? Sorry, I'm usually right about kids. I'm going to chalk this up to
I have 2 kids.
Oh, okay.
I have 2 kids.
There you go. Very nice children they are. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, your kids are fabulous. They're healthy and happening and confident and successful. Wait a minute. Are you a non-narcissistic parent? I believe you are. Yeah, your kids are great. Boy, um, well, I work in New York, so I don't get to meet non-narcissists a lot, um, myself included. Um, yeah, no, I'm feeling honestly. I just get like, woo, very clear sailing here. I think. Also, you both deserve this. You're somebody else who has worked in on being a good person. Having character has been having integrity, having character, um, doing the right thing, learning from your mistakes. That's been a huge priority for you in your life. And yeah, and he's very similar. I'm very pleased about this. I think you guys might also. I think you're going to be together. I think you might also start some sort of not a nonprofit or something, but you're going to do something together. I don't know if it's professional, but I think you might do something together that's like volunteer work or something for the greater good. Because one of the things you spark in each other, aside from you have great conversations, am I right?
Oh, we have great conversations for sure.
Great, yeah. I mean, just idea. Very smart. But you also bring out the best in each other, which is very nice. This is very encouraging. Yeah. Honestly, it would probably make for better TV if I was like, yes, but he has 6 secret children in Guatemala. I'm like, no, really nice guy. I really feel this is going to work out, and I'd really like you to keep me posted because I think you're great and Alon's really nosy. Yeah.
Well, that sounds perfect, and you know where to find my number.
Actually, they don't let me keep the numbers because otherwise I'd be calling everybody all the time. Hi, just checking
Will you
in.
be
Seeing
my
how you're doing
friend?
from
I get
last
it.
week. Yeah. I am, and just for everybody, I am on Facebook. I've got both Perry Lyons, which is just me, and there's someone I sort of pay attention to, and another Perry Lyons psychic thing. So you can always get in touch with me, anybody out there, if you want to give me good news or money. But your daughter, do you mind if I ask how old she is?
My blood daughter is 32. My soul daughter is 27.
Which one of them is getting married?
Had to do the math. They're all married.
They're all married.
All my kids are married.
Yeah, but there's something coming up. There's some sort of child marriage, some family event coming up. With one of them,
My son is getting ready to have his 30th birthday. I just got the invitation for that.
Oh, that's nice. But I think there's
I don't know if that's it, but no, it's not. We don't have any big family events coming up.
You're going to. I'm seeing possible getting either baby news or there's something happening within the marriage context.
Yeah,
and I like
it would not surprise me if there was another baby coming soon.
Yeah,
I mean, I know that my son is working on it actively.
That's I'm actually a little speechless. No, I think it's the daughter. I think it's a 27-year-old. I love that you said blood daughter and real daughter, which is like that's going to keep me up all night.
Well, I have so my daughter and my son, my first two born, are actually from my first husband. Then he had an affair and produced a daughter who I met her when she was an infant and 3, but when she was 17, she came into my home, even though I was long since divorced her father. She doesn't have a relationship with either one of her blood parents, but she does with me. I am mom.
Good for you. Oh,
that's just the way it is.
I was
you
right
just
about
open your heart and you bring them in. It's love.
Oh,
that's what you do when you love.
Yeah. Oh, Boy, you've renewed my
No,
faith.
no,
in-
you cannot clone me. There's only one of me.
Yes, and that's.
And as for nonprofit work, I
Mhm.
am leaving in July to go to Africa for the month to teach English to children
That's what I'm getting. Okay.
through a
Thank you.
nonprofit.
It's funny. I do charity work for a African nonprofit as well. Um, Good for you. Yeah, I think if you want to get married again or just happily live in sin, the
The
last thing
latter
I'll
of the
ask,
two is good for both of us.
yeah. um,
Neither of us need or want those vows. We just it's not a matter of a wedding and the state paying taxes. It's just a matter of being who we are and loving who we are.
Perfect. Works for me. We
Mm-hmm.
don't need no piece of paper from the city hall, keeping us tried and true. Sorry, just a little Joni Mitchell excerpt there. Yeah,
There you go.
That's about it. I figured also something else. You got some sort of windfall coming in October. There's money coming in. I'm not sure from
thank
where.
you.
Have you ever? This is really out of the blue, but I'm just going to say it. Have you ever gone to the like main.gov website and there's the state comptroller's office and they have something called
I have, and
unclaimed-
I'm not on it.
Oh, that's too bad. He might be.
I have, and I'm
Somebody
not
is.
on it. But
I got
but
10 grand that
it's
one.
not
Yeah.
even that. It might not even be that. I think I have a clue as to where it may end up from. So keep going.
Okay, good. Uh,
Everything you've said makes sense because I know where to connect the dots. How's that?
that's great. And thank you because I've been gone for I was down with COVID for 2 weeks. So it's nice to thank you for the confidence booster. If it's okay with you, I'm just going to stay with you for the next. We've got 5 minutes left, so unless you suddenly get bored and hang up, it's something to do with families where the money's coming from, but it's in kind of a sideways way. Might have to do with real estate. I'm not sure, but there is a windfall, and I think I can give you dates like October 14th, 15th, around there. So daughter, yeah, I think it's the younger daughter, baby. Good marriages too. The kids are good. Kids are all right. The only other thing I'm going to ask is, does he live? How far away does he live? Has that been a bit of an issue? Are you there? Hello?
So I'm here. Yep.
Okay,
Yep. I think your producer thought picked up the wrong line. I'm not sure.
He never does anything wrong. But he
Nope.
might have that.
Nope. And it probably wasn't wrong. He was on here. So
No, I'm just kidding.
the 14th and 15th. I will make note of those dates.
Okay. For the cohabitating, I see that happening around the same time. I don't know if you guys want to keep separate residences. Does he live? I feel like there's something coming in about like distance moving. I don't know if he just moved back to where you are, or I'm sorry, I don't know. Does he live? Did he live far away and now he lives closer, or?
You have that reverse. He lived closer,
Okay, sorry.
and then he bought a house 4 hours north.
Okay, so I was getting the distance thing, so that's right. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Well, you'll figure it out. I guess honestly, that's about all I have for you. I could have asked you what I almost feel like saying, so what are you getting from me? Which
I'm
never
going to
done
find your
before.
Facebook page. Don't you worry.
I was going to ask you to read me for the last 3 minutes because I'm still in that fuzzy post-COVID thing where it's like, oh, the regular rules don't apply. But the other thing I'm going to say is that a condition, like a physical condition or some sort of what's the word, chronic illness thing that you had for a long time suddenly left or is about to leave. I don't know if that's Lyme disease. I don't know if that's, but something you had for a while is either just left or is just about to leave. I'm not sure what that is. Wait a minute. Oh, they're saying it's not Lyme disease.
I have
What?
I have many medical things, so I will keep the list and go. Hey, that's good.
There's something.
There are things that I'd like to leave, and there are some that I don't think will leave. So,
two things are leaving. One of them is something like Lyme. It might be Epstein-Barr. It might be something like that. And then a condition that has to do with your lower back, the lower right-hand side. I'm not sure what that is. You're a little lopsided. You. If you can find somebody to work with
yes,
you
I
on your
am.
alignment, your alignment.
Yep.
I just totally tuned in.
Yep. You are spot on, 100% spot on. Right hand side, my right shoulder is lower than my left because I am so far out of whack. I'm walking crooked. So yes,
That's
you are
fixable. Yeah.
spot on.
Thank you. Oh, thank goodness. I think you gave me the confidence to be back. So is there anything you'd like to tell our viewers for, sorry, this person keeps calling me and I don't want to, so you can't see me for a second because, oh, here, hold on, I'm just going to tell her to go away. There. Anything that you're getting for our viewers that you'd like to share about the next week? I feel like you're very good at, I'm going to put you in the spot. What kind of week do you think
That's
we're all
okay.
gonna
You
have?
can. Anybody can put me on the spot at any time. All I can say is, and it's not even a prediction. It's all about when you completely embrace what the universe has to offer. The universe will continue. They will carry you, and they will open so many new doors and windows because that's where I'm at. I mean, I've always been a believer, but when I fully let go of the worries and let it up to the universe, everything started to line up, including this amazing human that is coming into my life.
Yeah. It sounds like you're aligning with your higher self. You're aligning with...
I think I am.
Yeah, and it's interesting because this week has been about that for me too. Learning to let go and let God, or if you're agnostic, letting go and letting flow go through you. Thank you for that. And lovely to meet you. And
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen. And as always, it is fantastic to be here with you tonight. I hope you all had a great week. I thought while we wait for a caller tonight, I kind of feel inspired to speak about synchronicities. You know, I have a lot of clients who will say, you know what, how come I'm not getting any signs from my loved ones? Or how come I can't connect with my spirit guides? And I think most of the time it's because our human brain gets in the way, right? Our human brain is kind of analytical, it overthinks, it misses all kinds of signs. But the reason I kind of wanted to talk about this tonight is because I have been having a lot of synchronicities, and a lot, right? Because I didn't pay attention the first couple of times. So I thought I would talk about that tonight, because the thing that's been happening with me is I keep getting the name Leslie, which is not that common of a name. And the first time, I didn't even notice it was actually a caller on this show named Leslie, and she was amazing. And I even connected with her after the show, so I should have been paying attention, right? Um, but I didn't. And then a couple days later, I had another friend that I'd done a reading for, and she actually goes by her business name, which is Mountain Moon Tarot. And I did a reading for her, and it was that she should make her own oracle card deck. And she was messaging me to let me know that she's done that now and to thank me for the reading. And I didn't really even pay attention, but her name is also Leslie. So there's two. Still not paying attention. I had a reading a couple days after that, and it was two sisters. And again, I got the name Leslie, and I always give what I get. So I said, would either of you understand the name Leslie? And they looked at each other and started laughing. And they said, we rescued a sheep on the side of the road and named her Leslie. And I mean, that's just crazy, because how many sheep do you know named Leslie, right? So now I'm paying attention. And I thought that was going to be it. But last night I was driving, and it was down a road that I've driven down 100 times because it's on the way to where I would drop off my kids for school. And I look up, and the street name, guess what, is Leslie. So I didn't even know we had a street named Leslie. So now I really figured out that there was synchronicities going on. There's some sort of message. So what does that mean for me? Usually when I get a name, it means that I'm going to have a reading where the name is going to be really significant, and it's going to be a validation of evidence for whomever I'm reading for. But sometimes, it doesn't happen very often, I get a name, and it's when I get a new spirit guide. So I kind of feel like that's what this is this time, but I'm not sure. Um, so I'll let you know, because the way I figure it out is I usually do like a little meditation and see if I have somebody else there new, right? So I'm looking forward to that. But I think the point I'm trying to make is that a lot of times we miss the signs. They're right there in front of our face. Sometimes they could be numbers. You might see, the angel numbers like 111 or 444, something like that. You might see your birth date, right? You might see animals. You might see a country, right? That could be validation from your loved ones in spirit. You just don't know, but you have to pay attention. So don't be like me. Don't let it have to hit you over the head. Uh, I invite you this week to really lead with your soul and not your human brain. And if you're looking for signs or synchronicities, messages, take the time to look around and kind of slow down. All right. So hopefully you guys can let me know how you do. Maybe reach out on Facebook and let me know. And I have a caller. I have Lynette and And Lynette, you're from Torrance?
Hi. Yes, I am.
Hi. Oh my gosh, you're like my first caller from California.
Oh, yay.
I know, I'm in California. You're actually not too far from me. I'm headed down to Orange County next week. So,
Oh, wow.
I know
Nice.
you're not in Orange County, but I'm headed down that way. So, hi. What kind of reading would you like tonight? Do you have a question, or were you hoping to connect with somebody?
Connect with somebody.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I would like to connect with somebody.
Okay. All right. That's perfect. I can see who we get, but just keep in mind we have 10 minutes, right? Or so. And I want to make sure I get who you want. I feel like you actually have a lot of people standing here for you. I feel like there's like 4 or 5 to 10 people. I see both a lady. I have a lady with me who steps close, and I feel like I have a younger male. Would you understand one of those to be somebody who you might want to speak with or hoping to connect with?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Is it the younger male?
No, the lady, the older
Oh, the
lady.
lady. Okay. All right, let me feel into her a little bit. She actually was the one who stands super close to me. So I feel like she's also being, I don't know if you'd understand her to be protective, because I feel like she wants to make sure I get this right. And not in a in a mean way or anything, just like she just doesn't want me to blow it. So let's hope I don't. But her soul feels amazing, and the first thing I feel like she wants to say is that she's absolutely fine. So I don't know if there was some worry about what she's doing now, because I feel like uh, she's very busy. um, so I feel like this would be part of her personality when she was here on the earth plane, where she kept busy, and I feel like showing me she has her hands in lots of things. Would you understand that?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
So I feel like she gave to, like, I don't know if I have this right, but like church, and she gave to maybe volunteering, and she was helping lots of people. Would you understand that?
Yeah, helping all people. Yeah, not too sure about the church.
Well, that's
But
what I
yeah.
mean. That was just one of the things that popped up. So I feel like she does many things, had many roles. Um,
Yeah.
and she feels again like she wants to just give you this big hug. And I feel like she's been doing this since she passed. And so I wonder if you would feel her give you a hug at some point.
Yeah, I actually have felt. I felt that quite a few times. I feel like.
Okay. And I feel like she hasn't been gone so very long. Would you understand that?
It's no. I mean, like, it's been 2013.
Say it one more time.
It's been since 2013.
Oh, okay. I felt like 5 years, because she feels like she's just so, I don't know. She's very good at communicating. Would you understand? Is this your mom?
No, but she was like a motherly figure. It was my great grandmother, who raised my mother.
Oh, because okay, that kind of actually makes sense, because she feels very much like she wants to give that protective energy around you like a mom. I'm amazed. That's wonderful that you knew your great grandmother. But she also does give me that feeling of being like that matriarch of the family. But I took that to be the mom, right? But she is a mom to your mom and grandmother. So she feels like she was a leader of her time. For some reason, I want to say that. And I think that goes back to what I was talking about, where she had, I don't know if she had lots of pull in the community, but like I feel like when she spoke, people listened. Would you understand that?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, because I feel like she just feels also like she had a love for all children. Like, I don't know if all the children would go to her house or if you would even be able to validate that. But I feel like she also took care of the children in almost in the neighborhood, or everyone congregated at her house. Would you understand that? Or is it just,
yeah,
or would it
I
be
would.
just your family kids? I don't know. I just feel like there's
It would never be in kids, but she always used to see the community as like, you know, her family, like, and they were all her children.
yeah, okay, that feels like it. What else do I want to give you? We're almost out of time, so I'm going to offer you after this, if you want to connect with me, I'm happy to connect with you after. Just look me up. But I also am getting purple flowers. Would you understand purple flowers with her, or the color
Yeah,
purple?
yeah.
How do,
Yeah. Do you know what kind of flowers by any chance?
oh my gosh, they almost I can't, like, they're like either like little peonies, or I don't know what you call that, or pansies, or like the violets. They're like the smaller flowers. Would any of those be?
Okay. Yeah, she loves flowers. She always used to have flower pins she would wear, mostly roses. But I literally just dyed my hair purple like today. And yeah.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to take that as what she was talking about, actually. But I am so sorry, Lynette. We are out of time. It goes by so quickly. But please reach out to me, because I would love to finish this reading, because she's amazing. And I don't know very many great grandmothers. So I'm going to let you go. Reach out to me. And for the rest of you, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Stay tuned for my friend Carmel Ann on Soulfully Guided. And I will see you all next week. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soulfully Guided on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
So hello everyone, and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I am your host, Carmel Ann. So a few weeks ago, I missed last week's show because I was getting my health checked, or my teeth, sorry, which was some really good news. And the week before that, I left myself barely any time to get ready because time escaped me. this week my heart is racing. I'm not going to go into a caller, and I hope what I say is not jumbled. I just had my first affirmation dance off with myself in front of the mirror, and while I was getting ready, I I had a really good time, so much fun that it took me an hour and 45 minutes to get ready, and I had like a minute to spare to get on this show. So I have no idea what I'm going to say or how it's going to come out, because I'm on an adrenaline high from all that dancing, and it was a lot of fun. I forgot how fun I was. So I've decided not to go in a caller today, but I will do. I'll try collective read. I often prefer to connect with people one-on-one, but I'm happy to do that. We've got lots of things going on social media for the Soulfully Guided business. We've got some great news coming out next month, I hope, and I'm really can't wait to share it. This is quite big, if all things go well, and I've been booked out in May. I do occasionally leave some emergency spots available for bookings. However, I'm accepting bookings for June if anyone's interested. So head over to our website. I've been announced me. I'm a rising star public figure on Facebook. So that sounds kind of huge, and I'm really excited. But in today's, I discovered Spotify today, and that's how I started dancing. And I love music from the 50s till, the 90s or the 2000s. And I found remixes, and I just lost my health feels really good, and those dance moves were busting something special. So that's me today in a hypo good mood. But I really wanted to share today, and I haven't prepared what I'm going to say, but a lot has been going on. I never thought my show would heavily or would talk a lot about addiction, or even patterns of behavior that aren't an addiction. And a curveball hit me this week, and if I wasn't strong, I don't think I would have wanted to take substances like drugs, but I smoked cigarettes, which doesn't sound too bad, but I haven't been a smoker for a long time, and there was some real, I don't know my quick date. I didn't record it. I'm not a dates person. So I want you to know, even as empaths, we always want to see the good in people. So I hope my words don't jumble up like my heart's racing from all that dancing. But there's a hard reality that everyone has to face, not just empaths. And that is that not everyone wants the best for you. If you've left a relationship and you weren't happy in, if you've left a circle of people because you've decided to be sober, whether you drink or you gamble or you were taking a substance like I was, we want to always see the good in people, especially with our hearts. And, when we do well for ourselves and when we break a cycle or make a change to better our lives, the hard truth is not everyone is going to appreciate you being clean or you living your best life or you being happy, and it's not about a revenge thing on being happy, I'm better than you, when you're so happy that you're in your own lane, enjoying your own life. And sometimes triggers and challenges will happen. It crept up on me. I got my teeth checked, and, I have lovely teeth. I've never had braces. I've, really haven't done work on my mouth, but I was a substance user for 17 years. So I'm treating myself to the public system health, but I'm treating myself to get my health looked at, my physical health through exercise and, and mental health through exercise, as well as, all the other sort of medical things that come throughout the body. And I'm really happy that I'm so lucky that there's no decay. There's a little spot where a wisdom tooth grew, but it's fine. It can just be puttied up, something like this, fixed up. but my teeth are excellent. And I put myself under so much stress thinking, oh my God, I'm going to lose them. I haven't looked after myself. But the things that I'm doing are not things that are going to be a concern in the next year or so. They're long-term things. So I'm putting things in place where I'm not a victim of my addiction. I put myself under so much stress and lots was going on, challenges everywhere, out of nowhere. And that's what happens in life, whether you're at your best or your worst. You don't get a choice when curveballs or a challenge faces you. And the thing is, when you change your mindset and you grow as a person and you start believing in yourself and you love yourself, you show up for yourself, and so will the world. And the way you do things and the way you respond to things will be so much different. My first point of call would have been to use a substance to manage that. I did take cigarettes, and what I did was I was going to go to speak to the doctor about it, but I don't want another nicotine supplement. I just stopped. I bought a packet. I had them in about a week or two, or maybe a week and a half, and then that's it. I stopped. I realized how strong I was, and instead I signed up for a marathon, which I told my gym was 20 Ks, but it's actually only 4 Ks. So it was a bit of a discrepancy there. But then I get myself on top of things, and then you'll find more curveballs. So I had someone from my past who actually I don't know why I always defend them. But we have to admit, some people are made of, some people will focus so much on how bad their life is that rather than making it better, they'll try and bring yours down. And someone that introduced me to intravenous use. And, they came to my profile within 10 minutes to bully me and slander the name of someone that they bickered with that's passed away for 20 years. And you just think, oh my God, like I took for granted what being clean meant. I took for granted, because I live in it every day, how strong I am. And I'm not better than that person, but I was living in a safe little bubble where my past, was a stepping stone and a powerhouse and an inspiration, not only to myself, to others. But then there's, it's a hard truth that sometimes people don't always have your best interest at heart. And it's really important to know those that wish you well and those that wish you harm. And when you make a choice, the benefits of those choices, the real benefits of me stopping substances haven't stopped, 8 or 10 years later. They are still coming. So don't give up on you, and know that choose your friends wisely. A family member had started some rumors or started a version of their story about what I'd said to them when I called them for happy birthday. And sadly, that was an uncle figure or an uncle. And I've had to make a choice that I can no longer speak to them because, well, I don't identify, and I have outgrown with that lifestyle. And it's really sad, thinking you have to walk away from people over and over again. And growing up and getting happy is hard work. It almost killed me to face my trauma or to live through it. And then, here I am really happy, and it hasn't come easily. And happiness is not just something you can read how to achieve in a book. It doesn't come with a manual. It comes with wisdom, life experience, and even heartache and really hard choices. We choose our lives. We choose to be happy. Maybe we can't choose our social class or things like that, or, our parents, but, we can take control and make changes in our own lives. And please know that there's always going to be curveballs. There's always going to be problems. And the more you grow and flourish and face these things, the more you, find healthier ways to combat these stresses and these curveballs and challenges that face. even being a cigarette smoker, which I'm in Australia, the prices are horrific. Like, my goodness. But, you know, I substituted it with something else, with a marathon, which I thought was 20Ks, but is actually 4. But, you know, life is not easy. You just don't see people on social media and see the only sad part of them or the only happy part of them. Life comes with challenges. There's no such thing as perfection. And we never offer that sort of lifestyle as a soulfully guided service as well. So this is the raw me. This is the challenges, even 10 years after, or 8 years, however long it's been, being clean. You know, people will come and try and tear that down, whether it's malevolent or you know, harsh, genuinely harsh or unintentional. We need to survive, and we need to be strong, and we need to put our best foot forward. So why don't you go and have your affirmation dance in front of the mirror and bust some dance moves and start your day the best way possible, singing, dancing, and feeding your soul with goodness. Don't let no one bring you down. That is me. That is me and my show for today. Thank you for letting me share all that. It's been a challenge for the last 2 weeks, but we're back on track. So I hope things are going well for you. We've got a few minutes. I'm going to pull a card just to give some advice if we've got time. My producer will probably cut me off. What is the strongest message for all our listeners today? Okay. We have the 6 of Pentacles. So it's about give and take. Remembering not to give everything and leaving your cup empty, and leaving some time, some effort, if it's money, leaving things for you, leaving something for you. Don't always overgive, but, you know, only give. Don't overgive. Give what you can and accept only what you can. So this is a time for balance and kindness, but don't overstep. Don't overgive, and enjoy some time for you. So I hope that helps you. Thank you for joining in on our show. And yeah, we'll see you next week. Thank you. That's me tuning out.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Julie Yeager-Walker, live from wingsofsouls.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Time to Shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening, and thank you for tuning in with me and being here with me this evening, and I hope this finds you well. We are finally out of Mercury retrograde. Oh my gosh, I am so thankful. It was a rough one for me personally. Lots of challenges, lots of communication. And so I'm sure many of you out there are excited to hear that we are finally into a little bit more ease and a little bit more flow than we were before in a couple, the last few weeks. So it feels like things have kind of settled down a little bit. People have found their minds after losing their minds during Mercury retrograde. So you have to laugh about it because that's all you can do. Sometimes Mercury retrograde is really great and sometimes it's really tough. So here we are on the other side, on the flip side of it. So glad you are all here this evening. I was reading an article today about burnout, and I thought it was really interesting. It was talking about burnout, and it was talking about the symptoms, the signs, and then some of the things that you could do to prevent burnout. Now, burnout doesn't have to do with just a job or an occupation, right? You could have burnout with family. You can have burnout with friends or life in general. So I'm sure at one time or another, one of you, all of you, have felt the burnout, right? It starts out, things are fine, stresses, okay, well, there's a little bit of stress here and there. And then pretty soon it becomes a lot of stress. And then pretty soon it becomes chronic stress where, it never leaves and you feel like you just want to throw in the towel, right? We've all been there. Nothing feels right. You don't want to do anything. You're unmotivated. So when that happens, what do you do? Actually, the first thing that you should do is, if you can realize it and be in awareness of it before it happens, and then you can kind of take control of it. Now, I'm sure a lot of you are saying, well, I don't have control over that because I can't control what happens in my job or with my friends and my family. That is true. You can only control what you can control, which is yourself and your space and your own well-being. And so checking out and being in that space of awareness and knowing, this looks like it's heading for burnout, and stopping it or trying to minimize it before it gets a real hold on you is really important. So when you start feeling those signs of burnout, of, the stress level going up, it's time to stop and take a break. And interestingly enough, we all think, oh, I just need a vacation. I just need to go on vacation, or I need to get away for an extended weekend. And that is fantastic. And yes, that definitely helps. But when you are in the depths of burnout, that is really not going to do anything. It gives your body a break and a release for a few days, maybe a week, but then it comes right back and you get right back into it. And you think, oh my goodness, I need another vacation. And I've only been back, to my job. I've only been dealing with my family for 2 days and I'm ready to jump ship again. So it's important to find those balances before you hit that. And I will say that when you're in constant stress, your body stays in that fight or flight mode. And so it releases a lot of cortisol. And if you are in that space of fight or flight all the time, releasing that cortisol, you start to gain weight, or you can't lose the weight because your body is ready to react. It's storing up all that fat for energy so that you can be on the go if you need to, right? Way back when we were starting out as prehistoric beings, right? We needed that. We needed to have that flight response, but we don't really need that anymore, thankfully. Normally, we're not being chased by dinosaurs. So, in today's world, hopefully, most of us don't need that. That we're in a situation where we have to be in flight mode. So being able to recognize it and being able to find the ways to minimize some of the stresses. And so some of the things that you can do would be to take time for yourself, a little bit of time each day, whether that be going out for a walk, stepping away from your desk, stepping away from the family drama, whatever it is, or taking short breaks throughout the day. Like when you start feeling like you're getting that anxiety and that overwhelm, that stress, to just take a moment and breathe and then get out and get yourself out of the situation. Take a break, 5 minutes, 2 minutes. That's all you need to do. And do some breathing, do some, turn on some good music, or just get out of that mindset and out of the situation so that you can focus again. One of the things that, works for me is to take shorter breaks, right? And me being the one who wants to just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, I have learned over the years that doesn't work. My body reacts to that. So it's a matter of taking these short breaks. It's a matter of taking deep breaths and finding your time in the evening to slow down, to take a break, to take a breather. And whatever that looks like for you, do that for you, right? The other thing is, and I am so bad at this, is not stacking your plate so full that you have nothing left, that you have nothing to give. And I will be the first one to say that I do this. I still do it. I'm still working on this aspect of myself. So saying no is really important too. Knowing your limits, right? Taking that self-care, slowing down and taking a breath for yourself. Really important to help prevent some of this burnout, because when you're on the go all the time, your body doesn't have time to recuperate and to catch up. And then you start finding yourself being cranky and overwhelmed and not able to deal with the daily tasks that normally would seem so minute, right? Somehow, some way, they become bigger in our lives than what they really truly are. So taking some of this time to go through this and to, get grounded and get in that space of self-care. And so it's really about getting into these motions and into these things before you hit the burnout stage. Because once you've hit burnout and you're in true burnout, it's really hard. It takes a lot more work to get back to that middle ground of, finding that balance in between, stress and stress-free, or what can be considered stress-free, right? So take a few minutes and kind of write down some of the things that would help you get back into a balanced state of being before you get to that burnout point. Have those things ready, right? Because we all hit it. We all do. At some point in our lives, we've hit that burnout spot. So how do you keep from getting into that spot over and over again? So, write some of these things down, use your tools, and figure out what it is that works for you. And then do that, right? Whatever that is. Another thing that I find actually works really, really well is being in gratitude and doing like ramblings, what I call ramblings of gratitude, and just rattling off all the things that I'm grateful for, from the littlest things to the biggest things. And it helps shift my mindset. Or having some mantras. What are mantras? Mantras are those positive statements that help you in the manifestation process, actually, too. But these will help you get into a different frame of mind and a different mindset. It will start changing the chemicals in your body to a higher frequency and a higher vibration. So whatever that looks like for you, get into that realm, get into that motion, and start getting back in to your normal balance to avoid that burnout. Okay. Fantastic. All right. We have a caller on the phone right now. We have Jamie in Ohio. Good evening, Jamie, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Good evening.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. What can I do for you this evening?
I was just calling about my mom.
Okay.
She has crossed over, and I was just wondering if you pick up anything from my mom.
Okay. Jamie, let me see if I can tune in and get your mom to come forward. And while I'm doing that, there'll just be a little moment of silence, and then I'll be right back with you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jamie. She's very quiet. Was she kind of a quiet person?
No.
In her human life? That's interesting. She's being very, very quiet.
Okay.
She is showing me stars. Like reaching for the stars.
Okay.
And so are there things right now that you're looking at in your life that is kind of stretching you either out of your comfort zone or where you feel like you're reaching for the stars right now?
Maybe a little.
Okay. She's showing me like she's reaching up, like she's trying to grab something.
Okay.
So, grabbing hold and taking initiative and taking that stance, if that makes sense.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, interestingly enough, she's saying that she's on the other side, she's learning to listen. She's learning to be quiet. And she said that was something that she didn't do very well in her life.
Right.
And so she's working on that aspect of herself. And she said she realizes that she didn't listen enough.
Right.
Whether that be to you or coworkers or anybody else. She says she always had something to say. And
yes, she did.
She says she wishes that she would have just stepped back a little bit and let somebody else have their say.
Right. Okay. Sounds like her.
She says, I was quite bossy.
She really was. She was the boss.
She was the boss.
She was.
She wants you to know that she didn't say it often. And she said she didn't say it often enough. But she's really proud of you and loves you very much. And she says she's sorry that she didn't ever really say that. And she wants you to know that even though she didn't say it, she felt it. She felt it deep down, even if it wasn't expressed.
Right. I knew my mom was the best mom ever, and I knew she really loved and cared, but it was really hard. Not hard, but I would be like, all right, Mom, I love you. And she'd be like, I love you. She never said it first. You know what I mean? I always said it first.
You always said it first. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. She said she had a hard time with those words, that was not something that she really grew up with. expressing feelings. And so she kind of waffled around it a little bit. So when you said it first, then it's like, oh, okay,
Right.
well, I can say it now too, right?
Right.
So she said it's not because she didn't love you or because, she didn't mean that. She didn't know how to express herself because of the upbringing that she had. And she's not criticizing it. She's just saying it was just what it was. Right.
Right. Yep. I understand that 100%.
Yeah. She's very matter of fact, actually.
Right.
She keeps saying, you're going to be fine. You're going to be just fine. Does that resonate with you?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, she has told me that before. She really has. About certain things, but it's really hard without her. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
And I was just hoping that she's doing okay. You know what I mean?
She is.
Yeah.
She's doing great on the other side. She says she's really taking stock of her life right now and what it was that she didn't do. Maybe she should have done better. So she's really taking this time right now to really dive into that piece.
Right. I just have one more question.
Sure.
Before, because me and my sisters took care of her towards the end of her life, and she had asked me one thing to do for her, and I promised I would. And I'm just wondering if she knows that I kept her promise to her, like I did what she wanted.
She's saying absolutely you have, and she had no doubt whatsoever that you were going to be able to keep that promise.
Okay. I did.
Yeah.
The house that I live in was my childhood home, and I promised her I would keep it in the family, which I did. I kept it. Me and my husband and my kids, we moved in here, and we live in her house that her and my father raised us in. So that was my promise to her. And I just was wondering if she knew that I kept her house.
Oh yeah. She's right there with you. She's right there with you in your everyday life. She really hasn't gone anywhere other than she's changed physical form, right? So
right.
She's enjoying dinner with you guys when you sit down and have dinner. When you're working around the house or she's right there with you.
Oh, good.
And she wants you to know that she really appreciates what you guys are doing. The fact that you're taking care of the house and you're putting the love into it. She says it's really important and it makes such a difference. And it's like she's beaming. It's like my heart just feels like it wants to explode. There's just so much love and so much gratitude there for what you guys are doing. And she wants you to know that.
Good. Thank you. That was because when I promised her I would keep her house, I had my own house. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. Do I sell my house? Do I live in this house? What do I do? And I made a decision to move here. So that's what we did. And I'm just very happy that she knows I kept that promise to her.
Yeah. She says the
my
important
bedroom
thing.
is. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
She says the important thing is that you are happy. She appreciates the fact that you kept your promise, but she wants to make sure that you are happy with that decision.
Right. I am. I have my good and bad days. It's hard to be here in a house without them, my mom and dad, but
right.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. You know what I mean? Like my bedroom is where was their bedroom. I'm in that bedroom, so it's hard. But like I said, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Right. She says, do what you need to do to the house to make it your own. Don't feel like you have to keep it exactly the way they kept it or the way you remember it. Let it be, let it be something like a work of art through your heart. And as you do that, as you change things, it could be a coat of paint, right? Very, very simple. Doesn't cost anything, right? Bring in some new little knickknacks or pictures or something to change it up, to make it feel like your home, right? So that you can start settling in and saying, this is our home. And this speaks to us. It speaks about us, but yet you have that memory of, but then there's the solid bones that was your mom and dad's home.
Right. Well, we've been here 2 years, and we literally redid the whole house. I'm talking, we took out the kitchen, we took out everything and redid it. So we did remodel the whole house.
Oh, good.
Complete makeover. Yes. And those were things that she wanted done while she was alive, but she, got sick and stuff. So I was hoping that she'd seen everything that we've done to her house, that she would have been so happy.
Most definitely. Yeah.
You're good. My main thing is I just want her to be happy. So.
And she most definitely is. She most definitely is.
Good. That makes me happy that she's happy.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much all I had, was just about her. Does she have anything else for me?
There's something about talking on the phone. Did you guys talk on the phone daily?
Yes, every single day I call her.
Okay.
And when
she passed
away, I had a hard time not calling.
Yeah. She's showing me that you guys talked a lot, that you were very close. And she says that's the part that she misses. She misses the phone calls. She misses the daily chats. So, she wants you to know that she can hear you. So she says, please talk to her. Please talk to her.
I do every day.
Okay. She's around and she's trying to communicate with you. So, continuing those daily chats and talking, look for little signs that she's around. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say it could be, it could be a song. It could be an animal. Maybe a squirrel runs by and it makes you think of her, right? These are all little things that you go, oh, okay. And those times that you say, oh, wow, that happened. I got to pick up the phone and call mom, or I got to pick up the phone and call dad, right? That's when you know they're around, is when you have that deep-seated desire to pick up the phone and call them. Okay?
Right.
So, so know at that point that they are there with you, and then take that opportunity to talk with them.
Okay.
Okay.
It's been 2 years, and there's not one day, and I promise you, not one day has gone by where I don't talk to her or think of her. Every single day in my mind, I always talk to her. So
yeah,
I always see repeating numbers. I always see her birthday, and I see another number. Every single day I see it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, why do I see this number every day?
Yes, that's her communicating with you, letting you know that she's there, giving you that support, that little nudge that you need. So it's fantastic that you recognize that.
I do. I really do. Matter of fact, my sister was getting her hair done today, and there was this woman that was there, and it looked just like my mom. My sister actually took a picture of this woman because it looked just like my mom. It was like, oh my gosh, that's mom, but it wasn't her, but it looked just like her.
Yes. Yes. Again, those are all signs that, that your mom is in presence with you. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It makes me happy, you know. It's been really hard without her. So
I can imagine. I can feel that bond that you guys had. So I can only imagine the empty feeling that you feel.
Right. Well, thank you.
But know that she
Hard.
is with you. She's just in a different form. Okay.
Right. When they one more question, when they're in a different form, obviously they still know their life and stuff, but does she know, like, I don't know, do they know, like, okay, well, that's my daughter? And I mean, do they think still, you know what I mean? They do?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Everything is about energy, and we're all energy. Even in our human selves, we're energy. So it's just about the vibration and the frequency of that energy. And, you know, just because they've lost their human bodies doesn't mean they don't understand or remember how the humanness and the human bodies, you know, work and what we have to do. Right. So.
Right. Okay.
Well,
now,
Jamie,
is she with my father?
Actually, you know, I'm sorry, what?
Is my mom and dad together? Is my mom with my dad up there?
Yeah, they are together.
They are?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And Jamie, we're coming down to the last few seconds of our show, so I do need to say goodnight, but I want to thank you so much for calling in.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Well, that does it for me, everyone. Have a wonderful evening. If you would like to connect with me, go to my website at wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. My Facebook pages, Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or Your Time to Shine. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. We'll see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee John. Live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good to see everyone tonight. It's been quite a week here in Tennessee. Again, great time, planting time. I hope everyone out there's had a wonderful week themselves and are getting ready for Memorial Day and whatever celebrations you do or don't do, just whatever you do for yourself. It's been really interesting, the comments that I've been getting, and I appreciate those. So thank you very much for your interest. On this show, we talk about everything: truth, health, wealth, blessings, whatever it is. It's my version of the truth. I research. I've trained in a lot of different areas. Of course, we all have our own truth. So, I honor that as well. So if you, don't walk exactly the same path as me, I'm fine with that. And I hope you are the same. Tonight, I wanted to just touch on what we were going over before and how I was discussing about the concepts of wellness, the balance of wellness, and going into looking at the pH of the body. I had mentioned it's a good idea to grab a journal if you have one, if you want to tune in each Wednesday night at 9:30 Central and join me for this. And then you can go out and do your own research. Of course, I always take appointments as well, so you can contact me at the the website that's given there on the screen. And we can go further with that. But tonight, I just wanted to go a little bit into the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system is very important. And when I learned about this a couple years ago in school, I was shocked that a lot of people don't really know anything about it. The lymphatics is the lymph system. And most of us heard about lymph nodes and, your tonsils get swollen. Your adenoids, when you're a child, can get swollen or irritated. The lymph nodes under your arms and your armpits and your groin area and your neck. But there's a whole system that goes along with those. And what that system does is carry waste away from our body. It carries it away from cells, viruses, bacteria, anything that's out of the balance that needs to be flushed from the system that, of course, is part of that system. It's going to go ahead and flush that away. When the lymphatic system's working right, your body can be at its optimum. And that's so important. A lot of us walk around and we're in pain, a lot of pain, and we don't understand why. Well, sometimes it's just as simple, almost always, it's just as simple as your lymphatic system not flowing. And we talked a little bit, I think, about lemon water and the importance of that and the pH of the body. And these are things that I teach, and I'd love to go further into that with you. It's a short show. So I just go ahead and go through the health stuff in the beginning, and then we'll just move on to the rest of the spiritual nature of the show. And tonight we're actually going to do a meditation. So be prepared for that as well. I'm sorry, I have a wolf dog over here that's pressing on me. So he's distracting me a little bit, right, Kona? Anyways, okay. So back to the lymphatics. So, take some notes on that and just check into it and, go ahead and find out what that means, the pH of system of the body, the acids and the alkalines, and look into having an alkaline system and what alkaline foods there are. And, I think you'll be amazed at the simple things that you can do in your diet and in your lifestyle to really bring your body into more health. And again, if you, like to talk about that, I'm always available. So, okay, the other topic was I've been praying about this all week, and I had it all wrote out and thought everything was great. And then I went into meditation about 45 minutes ago, and God put it on my heart that we need to discuss purpose. So, okay, so purpose. our gifts lead to purpose. And as I was having my meditation, my guides were showing me gifts, like actual presents wrapped. This is being an intuitive. I get a lot of symbols and a lot of signs, songs. That's why I get messages a lot of times. And in this case, it almost looked like Christmas under a Christmas tree with all the presents wrapped in pretty colors and all stacked up. And it was the word I got was gifts in gold, GIFTS, gifts in gold. And what comes to mind for me, what I feel is, what are our gifts? What are your gifts? Do you know what your gifts are? We all have them. Some people, have the gift of clairvoyance. Some people have the gift of, of speech. They just really know what to say at the right time. They have, there's the peacemakers. That was one of the things that I saw in my little meditation earlier. The peacemakers, those who can stand and mediate between, others. And then there's those who come at you a little bolder, a little harsher. They're the debaters. They're the one that want to get to the nucleus of things and get things resolved. Is this one of your gifts? There's somebody out there, obviously, that this is why this is coming to me so strongly, that'll really connect with this message, probably several people actually. But it's time to look at your gifts. What is it that you bring to the table? What did you come into this world with? We are only humans right now, but we are spirit beings, these phenomenal creatures, beings of God, and we're God sparks. And we came, I believe, with a purpose, a soul purpose. And, do you know what yours is? Mine's changed over the years and has enhanced and increased. And I feel like probably most people's have, especially in this last 3 or 4 years, as we're moving up into the higher realms. To me, I just noticed more and more people that, they had a certain career path, certain choices that they'd made, and their lives was going that way. And it's as if everything has shifted and tumbled and twisted, and people are going in new directions, and they're accepting parts of themselves that maybe they pushed away for a long time. Are you authentic? Are you accepting your authentic self? Do you know what that means? I encourage you to pray on it, meditate on it, fast. Take a few days and just drink water, really good, beautiful, clean water, and spend a lot of time in silence and contemplation, and ask, if you don't know, what are your gifts, or to increase your gifts if you're, not totally comfortable with them. You can ask the angels and your guides to, boost you and show you exactly what it is that you need. And those gifts always, I feel, reveal our true purpose. So what is your purpose? What is it that makes you tick? What is that thing that just really, I don't know, just drives you, when you think about it? For me, it's always working with clients. I love doing past life regressions, current life regressions. I really get excited when my clients have these amazing hypnosis experiences and go into trance, and they get answers, and they release, fears that they've had for their whole lives, or addictions, or any of that. That really excites me. And I feel like I'm living my genuine purpose when I'm doing that. Also, when I'm in my garden, I pray, and I almost always head outside, and I get out in nature, and usually there's no one around, and I can just be quiet and listen and hear that still voice that comes. And sometimes it's not, too still. Sometimes I get messages, while I'm in the garden, by things I see or hear that are pretty, astounding, actually. And it's things I should have already known. I've just been so busy, I couldn't make that connection and understand it. So, I really encourage you to spend that time, give yourself that time. And, so when I ask you what's your purpose, I want you to take the thing that comes to you the fastest and hold on to that for a moment, because these next few things that I'm going to go over, we're going to take those right into our little quiet meditation tonight. And I'm going to give you some pointers. You seasoned meditators, I hope you get a lot out of this. But the ones that are asking me to help them learn how to meditate, they can't be still, they don't understand. That's really going to be really focused on you guys tonight. So so what is your purpose? Let's think about that for a minute. What is your purpose? And whatever comes to you, just hold on to that. And then what are your gifts? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? What is the quality that you have that you share that brings joy or pleasure or just desire, just everything in your heart, and then that you notice touches other people? Is it when you sing or when you cook, or what is it? Is it just your presence being around people? Does your energy lift people up? Are you an energizer type person? Do you enhance the world? Are you the person that does fundraising? Are you the one that does the financing, the bookkeeper? Are you the one that's keeping everything's clean and in place and organized? Because there's no one person, no one gift greater than any other, right down to the greatest of healers, because everyone has their own purpose and we all come together. And by bringing our gifts together, we create this whole. And I believe what we're doing now is creating a new vibration, this new dimensional vibration that's raising us up, and that we're all coming together. And by coming together, we're only increasing the entire planet and the evolution of humankind. And I believe we're going into more back into the spirit, actually. I think a lot of people believe that at this point. So taking those things that we have been talking about, I've been talking about, and maybe you're making notes. I hope you are recording this somehow, and you'll journal on it later. I'd like you just to take a second and, there's no secret to meditation. There's no perfect way. It's for you. So if you're comfortable, just close your eyes. Yeah. And just take a breath. Yeah. That's it. That's it. And breathe in through your nose if you can, and out through your mouth all the way, as slow as you can. That's it. And for the first timers that usually have a challenge with this, I use a symbol, and my symbol is a cross with a circle in the center. I prayed and I asked, and this is the symbol I was given about 30 years ago. So my cross has 4 pieces. It has a top bar, a bottom bar, a right bar, and a left bar, and the circle's in the center. So I designed that in my mind with my eyes closed. I see the top bar come down, bottom bar come up, the right, the left, and the circle in the center. And I focus on the circle in the center. So as it comes together, whatever your symbol, letter, color, image, whatever it is that you have that you can focus on, allow that to come, and then focus right in the center of that. And just notice the center. And just allow yourself to be present there. And as you're there, just breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth. Whatever happens, happens. Whatever you think, whatever thoughts come floating by, let them float on by. Be grateful for them. And you'll notice that your breath becomes easier, your heart rate slows down. That's it. And just allow it now as you focus there on that spot, the center. Know that you are a child of God, child of the universe, amazing and whole and complete. And you understand you came with a purpose. And you allow yourself to be open to that purpose, to understanding it more. And in the next 48, 72 hours, that'll become even more clear. And it just makes sense. Songs will talk about purpose. Maybe you'll see it in a book, or you'll see writing on a sign, a color. Whatever it is for you, you'll understand it. And then imagine all those gifts. Remember those presents, those gifts that were packaged in bright colored paper under the Christmas trees. And, you see movies where they're, 6 feet tall and just gifts, presents everywhere. Well, that's what you are. You're a present to this world. You're a gift to the world. And you've been bestowed beautiful, beautiful talents and gifts that you can share. That's it. And just notice the colors of the gifts, the size, just their words there, their images. That's it. Perfect. And understanding that your gifts will slowly start to open more, develop stronger. And the more time you spend praying and your eyes closed and just listening or working in joyful activities that you love, gardening, swimming, hiking, dancing, whatever it is, the more involved you are in those, the deeper your mind will open, the more you'll get to see. And you'll start to remember even more. You'll start to remember and understand and know who you are, who you really are. Not just in this human form, but who you really are. Perhaps you'll remember other times when you were younger, just other times in general. You remember your strong connection to your Creator, to God as you understand God. You'll feel that connection, that strong connection to everything that's around you, everybody, connecting to every space on the web, that beautiful web of life that's all interwoven together like a giant spider web with every little cell touching every little cell. And everything that happens in one cell, the love that's felt can just spread across the entire web, touching every soul, every animal, every plant. That's it. That's right. Just allow yourself to breathe in one more time. Breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. One more time, a little slower. Allow yourself the time to be present. That's it. And in this present moment, just imagine yourself now in a beautiful place. Maybe a park or a beach, wherever it is, someplace you've been, or a brand new place. While you're in this place, I'd like you to just picture and imagine, however you do it, perhaps like a screen on a television or a movie or a book. These are all things that we've all seen, so it's very easy to bring into your session. Just choose. That's right. But imagine yourself there in that place, and in your hand are 3 balloons, and they're floating up very high, but they're pulling on your arm, and they're pulling up, and your arm's up. That's it. And I'd like you to take 3 things that you'd like to let go of. Just start with the one main thing that comes to mind, something that's been holding you back. It could be physical, emotional, spiritual. It could be physical pain, discomfort, perhaps an old injury or a new injury, or maybe it's a sickness. With the magic of your mind, imagine putting that, whatever it looks like, it could be a color or shape, put it inside that first balloon. That's it. And just imagine, however you do, maybe it's a drawing, whatever. Just know with intention that's there in that first balloon. That's right. And move on to the second. What is the second thing, idea, concept, whatever it is that you'd like to let go of, you'd like to release tonight? That's it. What is it? Is it a limiting thought about yourself or something else? Is it a challenge that you have trying to get a project done or maybe something at work? That's right. Whatever it is, place it in that second balloon. That's right. Maybe it's a word that you could use that maybe comes to mind if it's not a full image. Whatever it is, it's perfect. And then the third thing, the third one that's been holding you back, challenging you. That's right. You can let it go now. So just imagine that third thing, that third situation. It could be a conflict with a person you love that you just can't seem to, help understand where you're coming from, or maybe you don't understand where they're coming from, just a disagreement, misunderstanding, or it could be something, much bigger, whatever it is for you. Imagine taking that now and putting it in that third balloon. And by now, your balloons probably have colors, whatever they are. It's perfect for you. But feel it, the heaviness of it. It's pulling up, pulling your arm up. Your arm's heavy and tired. It's trying to hold these balloons back. And I'd like you to go ahead now and make a decision and just let them go one by one. Open your hand very slowly, one by one. And watch as they go and they float out. They float away, far away from you. That's it. And just feel the release as you let that last balloon go. So far away now, it's like a speck moving way, 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 way out in the universe. And these balloons are incredible balloons. They just dissolve. They leave no residue. Everything just dissolves way far out in space, allowing you to just release and let go. That's it. That's perfect. Now, as you start to allow yourself to come back fully, knowing that what needed to be gone is gone, it's released. And as the days go by, you'll feel less and less pressure from any of those things that are now gone. You'll feel so free, creative. Your mind will be open to new ideas and concepts. That's it. That's right. That's perfect. So just allow yourself to come back. Coming back as awake or as rested as you choose. You can be energized or you can be ready to curl up and get a great night's sleep. That's right. So on the count of 3, back. 1, 2, 3, back. That's perfect. It's so important to take time and tune in like that. And, it's probably awkward, spur of the moment on a radio show like this. But you can do this too. And it's so important to take time for yourselves and just tune in, and you'll love it. Your health gets stronger, your mind gets sharper, your body gets, better. Everything just works together because the more you tune in and set intentions, you manifest faster and things come to you and you just get those answers and it just makes it all so possible to just be all that you want to be. So saying all that, you guys, I really appreciate your time. It's so incredible to be able to share this way. It's been a dream of mine for a long time, and I'm really happy and excited that I'm getting to share all these truths and wisdoms that are coming through from my higher self and from God and the angels, my guides. It's amazing. Next week we're going to talk a little bit about extraterrestrials because they've been tuning in a bit, and I feel like it's time for us to go there too. So, tune in if you're curious about ETs, you got stories to share, don't be afraid, share them with your friends and neighbors and let people, see the true side of you. It's so important that we're genuine now, right? It's more important than ever before, and we can be who we are and do so without fear because, a lot of things we're scared of, they're not real. And then a lot of things that we're always thinking and worrying about, it's not even ours. We're empathic and we carry other people's challenges with us. So remember, always put your hand on your heart when you're feeling anything uncomfortable and ask, is this mine? And if it is, what can I do about it? And if it's not, you can go as far as to say a prayer, ask whose it is, and if it's your mom or your dad's or your kids or your husbands or your wives or your friends, say a prayer for them, and sit in meditation and see them well. Just see them well. Don't worry about them. See them well and tell them, I see you well. You're awesome. You're doing great. And, don't worry because worry just brings about the things we worry about and focus on the beauty in the world. And just remember, we're all in this together and we are doing fantastic. We really are. And don't buy into everything you see on the news because it's not real. That is not truth. So you guys, thanks again. Check me out at fullcirclewellnessu.net or fchypnosis@gmail.com. And y'all have a beautiful week. Just, keep doing the next right thing. And please, please, please research everything that I mentioned in the beginning of this about the lymph system, about your glandular system, about the pH of the body, the alkaline foods. And, take it to the next step. Give me a call. Set up an appointment. I'd love to see you. Y'all have a blessed night. Blessed night. Stay cool. Stay blessed. And remember to have a good time this Memorial Day. It's going to be an awesome holiday. I love y'all. Good night.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you live tonight in the middle of July. I guess there is, but it never hurt anybody. Anyway, we're coming here tonight to, I've got a strange warning sign here on my screen. I hope you can hear me anyway. We're coming to you tonight to live. Let's start this again. Who's writing my speeches here? The White House? We're coming to you live tonight from the city of New York, where the temperature has reached a horrific 83 degrees. And, of course, when it reaches 83 degrees, everyone in New York panics. When the temperature hits 75 degrees here, the electrical company douses the lights. I mean, it's just so funny because they want everyone to switch to electric cars, but they can't even handle air conditioners here. So, hey, that's life. Listen, I want to talk to you about my opening line here, which I've been using for years, referring to you all as seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. I'm inferring that because you're, there's the cards I'm shuffling up, because you're listening to the Ask One Radio Network. And the Ask One Radio Network, of course, is a very positive thing. I can't think of a single negative show here. We deal in positive energy and showing you how to use positive energy. And I want to discuss something now. aside from just truth, wisdom, and light, there's something else that is on people's minds now, especially with today's report with inflation over 9% for the first time since the 90s. You know what that means? That means the last time inflation was this high, I could have gotten a haircut. I was able to get a haircut. I had wavy brown hair, and as the old joke says, little did I know it was waving goodbye. But that was 40 years ago, you know, and so there is something that people are feeling now, and it's powerlessness, because whatever money we have saved is now worth 10% less, roughly. And that 9% is just minus the food and gasoline expenses. So it's well over 10% inflation, and it doesn't show any signs of stopping. And I'm certainly not going to get into the political stuff if you all want to. I mean, I can tell you right now how to get rid of inflation. Every economist knows this. Every economist knows this. Every economist knows this. Every politician knows that the only way to get rid of inflation is with a recession. So that's coming up next. And recession is about the only thing that leaves you as powerless as inflation. Inflation is dangerous. Inflation is what destroyed the Roman Empire. There are two things that destroyed the Roman Empire, and it wasn't what most moralists tell you it was. It was quite practical. The first was inflation, and the second was that they spent all their money buying spices from India. So the money left the country. You take a look at some of the buildings in India, ancient buildings in India, and you'll see Roman columns. That was what was going on then, because the people in ancient Rome developed an immense taste for spices from India. And so along with inflation, they sent all their money to India. It was a very bad move. And of course, that will destroy any civilization, and inflation leaves you feeling powerless. And I'm telling you this for a reason. Magical work is about personal power. We don't read tarot cards as a party trick. Those of you who are regular listeners know that we read tarot cards to get a handle on a situation and find out what we can do about it. The proper question isn't, should I sell my home? The question is, if I do sell my home, what will the future look like? What will it look like if I don't? That's what you want to look at. Don't ask the cards for a should I or shouldn't I. Because in my experience, first of all, if you ask a question like, well, you know, I've got this boyfriend, should I leave him? You want to leave him. You wouldn't be asking otherwise. But don't ask the cards to substitute for your judgment. Just use the cards to give you more information to make an informed decision. Magical work, on the other hand, is taking a hand in action. Magic is the science, and believe me, it is a science, of causing change to occur in conformity with your will. Your willpower. It's about your will. I have way too many examples of this happening in my life for me not to believe it. In fact, I don't believe in magic. People ask me if I believe in magic. I say no. And they look at me confused. And I say, let me ask you this. Do you believe in Niagara Falls? Because we know it's there. People have seen it, you know. To say I'm not going to believe in something unless I see it is oxymoronic. And of course, that's a whole other side issue. The word is not oxymoron. That is what George Carlin called it, to emphasize the word moron, to make a comedic point that the word is oxymoron. In any event, if you see something and you know it's real, you don't believe it anymore. So don't say I'll believe it when I see it. When you know it, you no longer need to believe it. You see what I mean? Now I'm telling you that magical work, and I'm only going to go into this once now because this involves a good hefty paycheck. And this, you know, years ago I was in marketing, many, many years ago. And we had a guy, we were doing, I'll tell you exactly who the client was. The client was KCET, a public TV station in Los Angeles. And we were doing marketing for renewals for them out here in New York. And one of the guys was making some phone calls. And the person said, "Why are you spending money to call me from New York to ask me to renew my membership?" And we had the client listening into the phone call. And bless this man, the communicator on the phone said to the person who asked him that, "You got to spend money to make money." And he did make a hefty donation to KCET. Because honesty is the best policy. It's certainly the least irksome. So here's what I'm going to talk to you about now. It almost goes against what I've been saying for the last few months since inflation became a problem, which is that I'm not going to push any products on you. And I'm not pushing a product on you now. I just want to let you know about this. If you want to know the best way to attain personal power through esoteric means, and this is not a deal with the devil. This is not satanic. This is not evil. If it was, I wouldn't be here on Ask One Radio. They would have dumped me years ago. This is absolutely the Western esoteric path, which is Kabbalistic, and it is using the power that's available to you in the universe to use to change circumstances in your life and in the world. And I can tell you about a set of books. I just mailed off another set today. I mailed off a set last week. People are looking at this and buying it. That's just the only reason I feel comfortable mentioning this. You can buy it two different ways. One is substantially less expensive than the other, but one is more convenient than the other. And that one convenient way is Amazon. And I would rather not sell this through Amazon because it's more expensive, but I'll tell you how you can get it cheaper. You can look at my website. The 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, it's called. It's a fascinating name. It's a pointless name. But they're 10 books. They are not necessarily 10 lost books of the prophets, but that was marketing for the 1930s. They were a set of 10 little books that were printed, 32 pages each, which were a synthesis of several different magical books, like the book of Bremelin the Mage and other books I would rather not mention at the moment, but you'll know when you see it. The book of Psalms. A lot of people don't realize the book of Psalms is a magical book. If you're feeling powerless now, and a lot of people are, if you're feeling powerless and you want to do something to empower yourself, look to magical work, which is really about reframing the mind. It's not about boiling Eye of Newt and killing people who get in your way. That's not magic. That's witchcraft of the fictional sort. Because witchcraft isn't even that either. Don't even think about hurting people. This is about empowering yourself. There are ways that you can. I used to ask people this when I was in the stand-up comedy world. I would say to comics who would be putting people down and mocking them for 20 minutes at a time, "Do you think you can get a laugh without putting people down?" And they would look at me and say, "How?" "Oh, okay, fine." There are ways of doing it, and some of us knew how to do it. The thing is this. You go to mojoacademy.org, mojoacademy.org, and look at the page for the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. For the first time, these have been reissued in 10 individual books of 32 pages each. So we're talking about 320 pages here. It will teach you how to use the book of Psalms. It will teach you how to use various other magical techniques, which, like I said, I don't want to discuss at the moment, to empower yourself to make positive change happen in conformity with your life. Now, there's a hefty price tag for these books. It ain't cheap. They have never been reissued in 10 individual books. I'll tell you this, you can buy a set of the original books from the 1930s. They're small. They tend to be misprinted. They tend to have problems with the typos, but they cost a lot more than the new set does. I did the new set. That's why I can comment about it. I took a set from 1932 and scanned it and reorganized it and restored it. All 10 books. At great cost to my eyesight, I might add, but that's life. These books As I said, I mailed out a box today. I mailed out a box a few days ago. I'm going to mail out more. If you are serious about taking the path to self-empowerment and self-improvement, I can certainly recommend nothing more than the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. Now, it was reissued over the years in a single volume. Unfortunately, the people who have those, I have a copy of the single volume, but the people who have them and are selling them secondhand at eBay and Amazon, they're asking for like $400. That's ludicrous. Don't even bother. You don't need to pay that kind of money. The books that I've got and restored are a fraction of that, but it's still a big ticket item. And so I want you to think about this before doing it. How important is it to you now to restore your personal feeling of power? And if it is, look at the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets at mojoacademy.org. 10 Lost Books of the Prophets at mojoacademy.org. There is one at Amazon, which is a hardcover set, which is very expensive. There's only one in existence, and I'm selling it because I made it. And I don't expect anyone to buy it. It's just there in case anyone wants it. But you can get them paperback. You can get them in high quality, glossy paperback with perfect paper inside, beautiful paper inside, and every page is restored. Every single page is restored. I found the matching typeface, and I fixed up the things that were wrong, and it's beautiful. It's just gorgeous. But they're back now. I've been selling these books for years. I've been shy about mentioning it because it's costly. There's a lot of work that went into it, and this is not for everybody. This is serious, serious magical instruction, but it will show you how to gain power over your own life and the events happening around you. It's that simple. I'm bringing this up now because the inflation situation is going to get worse, and the only way to make it better is recession, and that's going to hurt people too. So people are going to tend to feel lost, feel powerless, feel rudderless, feel aimless. You don't have to. Tarot is one of the empowering things about magic. The 10 Lost Books of the Prophets will make you an expert in the esoteric tradition of the West. It's that simple. I'm not forcing anything on you. I'm not pushing it. I'm just announcing it. It's there. Now, I want you to keep one thing in mind. You can get it at Amazon.com, or if you go to mojoacademy.org, where there's a link to Amazon, you will also see a link to get it at the printing plant, which is a couple of dollars less for each book, and with 10 books, that adds up. And there's a code there to give you 15% off. And I would strongly recommend buying it that way. The shipping is a lot higher, I think, actually, if you do it that way. But it doesn't matter because you're paying less for the books by a long shot. The 15% discount will more than cover the shipping, as I recall. But most people who buy it through Amazon, and if they want to pay more for it, fine. I'm all about empowering people and charging less for it. But I want you to remember that. Keep it in mind. When you start feeling powerless, and I hope you don't, so let me rephrase that. If you should start feeling powerless, if you should start feeling swept away by events, because anybody under 40 has never experienced inflation like this. Nobody ever stuck their hand in their pocket and pulled out 10%. Because they'd never had inflation. I mean, the most we had of inflation a year and a half ago was, I think, 1.4%, which was fine because wages were increasing above that. Right now, we have wages increasing at about 5%, and we have 9% inflation, 9.1 actually. So that's loss. And I'm very mindful of asking people to spend money at a time when money is shrinking. I went to the grocery store. I go shopping like a lot of you do. And I remember when it cost less than $50 to buy a few routine staples. I think I mentioned it the last time I was live here. I had just one tote bag of groceries that we need, and it came to $94. $94. Okay. So, we're getting robbed big time here. And it's not the retailer's fault because they have to ship everything by gasoline, and you know what's happening to gasoline. This is a mess. I'm not going to get into the political who did this, why did they do this. I don't care whose fault it was. The question is who is responsible for dealing with it. And if government lets you down, deal with it yourself by empowering yourself. And that's why I'm taking the time to talk. When I say, I've got books for $10, $12, $14. And I'm asking you to consider a set of 10 books that costs way more than that. Check it out at Mojo Academy. Maybe it costs less than you think. Maybe I'm making it sound horrific. But it's not unaffordable. It's priceless in that sense. It's empowering. But I take a look if you want. Take a look if you would like a brochure about the 10 lost books of the prophets. Drop me a line at asktaro@earthlink.net. asktaro@earthlink.net, and I'll email you one that you can print out. You can also find it at the webpage at mojoacademy.org. It's very important because the worst feeling of all is feeling powerless. And you don't want that. I know you don't want that. It doesn't mean you have to be a micromanager and be in charge of everything, but you don't want to be powerless and you don't want to feel powerless. And that is the most pernicious effect of things like inflation, is that it leaves us feeling helpless and powerless. We're on a treadmill right now, and the treadmill is, as Fred Allen once referred to in a whole different context, with this kind of inflation, we're on a treadmill to oblivion. Don't let circumstances control your life. I'm not begging you to buy this. I'm begging you to consider this. The book is called The 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. It's available in 10 individual books for the first time in 60 years, 70 years almost. Restored, revised, it's in perfect shape. Give it a shot because it will help you. You're seeking for wisdom and truth and clarity, but power. Man, you don't want somebody stealing your power. And there are people out there who are more than happy to do it and make you helpless. They'll steal your power and then promise to give it back if you vote for them. Don't allow that. Learn how to get your own power. Now, if you don't want to go the route with these books, fine, but you want to know more about what you can do to empower yourself? Drop me a line. I'll be happy to talk to you about it. You know how much it costs to talk to me for a half hour? Nothing. Okay? I'm not charging people to contact me. If you have a specific question about magical work and you want a tarot reading, yeah, I charge for that. But if you want to send me an email and converse with me that way and chat and see what you can do to help yourself feel more empowered and be more empowered, the hell with feeling it. You want to be it. I'm not charging people for that. How ridiculous would that be to say, I will show you how to be powerful. Just pay me, because then I'm taking your power, man. Money is power. I'm not anti-money. And people over the years, people have asked me, how is it that you can take money to read tarot cards for people? Isn't that spiritual? And I said, listen, if you're worth your labor, you're worth your keep. Now, if I can get that across to everybody, you'll understand it. You won't go begging for this minimum wage or that minimum wage. You'll have a sense of your own worth and your own power. If you are worth your labor, you are worth your keep. That is an occult, esoteric promise. It's that simple. It's the esoteric occult economy, and it works. So let's talk about that more and more as the weeks go by, because this is only going to get worse. And I can tell you, I promise you it's going to get worse because the cure is bad. Okay. The thing about inflation, I think I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. Milton Friedman pointed this out years ago. The thing about inflation is that when it starts, the effects are good because there's more money around and people are spending and they're buying things and there's loads of stuff. And then the bad stuff happens with inflation. Curing inflation with recession, it's just the opposite. Immediately, it's bad. But then the good stuff comes and you're very strong. Now, I don't want you bruited about by economics. It's ludicrous. Could you imagine? I mean, I walked across the island of Manhattan once during a nor'easter that was so heavy it uprooted trees while I was walking. I had to duck trees that went flying. That's a natural force. Economics is not a natural force. Economics is a thing people invented. And so don't let it beat you up. Empower yourself and take a look at the 10 lost books of the prophets. And I urge you, if you're going to do it through the printing plant where you get it for a lower price per book and 15% off. It's that simple. Okay? So keep in mind, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about power. Because this is, look, all of you, well, over 40. So if you're 42, you still don't know, because you haven't been through this. But those of you who are like me, who whatever hair you have left is gray, those of you like that, you've been through this before. This happened in the Nixon years. This happened in the Ford years. This happened in the 70s, and inflation hasn't been this bad since 81. And a lot of you weren't around then in 81, and you didn't know what was going on. If you were, you might have been children. And, you don't dump this on children. But you're a working person now, and you understand it, or you're retired on a fixed income, and you understand it. That your pocket is being picked, which means your power is being taken away from you. These things happen, right? I'm not going to get into why they happened. We all know why it happened. Many people warned that it would happen a year and a half ago, but the powers that be said, the hell with it, we're going to do this anyway. And lo and behold, it happened. So here we are. Now the question is, fix it up. I don't care if you did something with good intentions and it went awry and it broke everything, fine. Just fix it. Don't give me excuses. But rather than wait for other people to fix it, empower yourself. Another way that you can empower yourself, when you look at the 10 lost books of the prophets, keep in mind, take a look at the occult jewelry at magic-works.com, because there's stuff there that's ancient symbols. Now, you'll learn about these ancient symbols in the 10 lost books of the prophets, and you'll learn about what they can do and how you can use them. And then if you want to buy yourself a necklace or a ring or something that has that symbol on it, check it out at mojoacademy.org for the book and magic-works.com for the occult jewelry. I'm going to be putting up some rings. I have mostly it's necklaces now and a few rings, but I'll get some more of those up there. And these are important because these reframe the mind. These reset the mind. And the mind is where it all happens. The mind is where it's at. Inflation plays havoc on your mind. What happens when you start losing money because of inflation? You worry. Worry is paying a debt on a problem that may never come due. But you have to be concerned about these things. So look, I'm going to go to the callers now. I wanted to take some extra time to discuss this because I wasn't around last week, and I'm going to be around, I hope I'll be around next week. I wasn't sure I'd be around tonight because, as some of you know, I'm having a little bit of a medical problem with my eyes. And one of the treatments they give me is, please don't be too upset when I say this, because I'm going to say it as mildly as possible, but it's actually worse than it sounds. I need to get some injections into my right eyeball. And that knocks me out for about a week and a half. That is so brutally painful. But bringing this full circle, right? Using techniques of magic, I can help deal with that and get through it in a few days faster. I have it. It's in one of my books. How I had a medical procedure done one time that they told me was going to be really annoying and painful. They were going to run a line up my arm into my heart to give me antibiotics because I had picked up an infection in the hospital and they didn't know what it was. Blah 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 blah. And the doctor apologized that she said, this is going to be really annoying and it's going to hurt. And I said, would it help you if I went to sleep? And she laughed and looked at her assistant and said, yeah, sure, go to sleep. So I went to sleep, and I did it using magical techniques that you will find of the sort outlined in the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. It's that simple. It's that simple. And being a woman of science, when it was over, she woke me up and said, I've got to talk to you about this. I have got to. I've been doing this for 15, 20 years, and I have never seen anyone go to sleep during this procedure. I don't know how you did it, and I want to talk to you about it. And of course, when you're a magic worker and you do things like that, and a person says to you how wonderful it is, and they want to talk to you about it, and I know that that's the same as a business acquaintance saying, let's have lunch sometime. It ain't going to happen. It just ain't going to happen. Within 24 hours, I can assure you she convinced herself that I never even did what happened. But I want you to be able to protect yourself too. And the best way, it's going to take a few readings. It's written simply, and it's the best thing I can recommend. And I'm not even sure if I ever spoke about this on the air before, but I do have a webpage dedicated to it at mojoacademy.org. And there may even be one at magic-works.com. I got 103, 4 or 5 pages there. I don't even remember what the hell I put there. So go take a look at mojoacademy.org for the 10 lost books of the prophets, and keep it in mind. Maybe not now, but a month from now or another month from now, think it over. Because you're being attacked by forces that you think are beyond your control, but they're not. Okay? Hey, look at me, man. I'm still here. I've been through a lot, and I'm still here. I don't think I'd still be here if it wasn't for magical training. Let's go ring a bell 3 times now to declare sacred space and get to our first reading. Let's pull back the curtain on the magical window for Leanne in Shelby, Nebraska. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. Let's see if we can help make things a little better for you. I saw the name Shelby, and I was thinking of Shelby, Montana, which was the site of a boxing match that destroyed the town. When I was in the movie business, I tried so hard to get a film made about Shelby, Montana. There was Jack Dempsey, the great boxer. He had a fight there, and the small town of Shelby had promoted this fight to put itself on the map, and they destroyed themselves. So, it's one of my big ideas in life is that plans never work out, So
no.
That's why I've never been ambitious. And yet, look at me, right? I'm known all around the world, and I'm not even ambitious. So, Leanne, it's about you, not about me. What can I look at for you tonight?
I don't know.
Was there anything in particular you want to see?
I want to see if Steve is okay.
Steve?
Yeah.
Okay. Has Steve passed?
Yes, he has.
Okay. I'm very, very sorry for your loss. And we will see. Now, when I do these readings, there are a few cards I look for to see if it's a genuine communication. And see if we get one of those. Just shuffle them up one more time. Well, this is a card I always get with these, but I'm not. It's the 9 of Swords, and that's a card of great sadness. Obviously, you're very sad, right? I mean, let's face it.
Very.
Yeah. Well, we can hear it, and it's definitely there. It definitely shows. Let's see if I can get any kind of a message. Well, I have the Temperance card, which shows an angel, and I take that as an indication. Well, here's one of the specific cards I do look for. It's the High Priestess, and the High Priestess is the person who sees behind the veil being that which separates this life from the next one. Now, I have another card here that I always get. This just blows my mind. I never did readings like this until I got to Ask One Radio. And one of the cards I always get is the 9 of Swords, which I got for you, which is about great sadness. And then I have the 10 of Swords, which is a card that says the worst is over for me. So the message, that's followed by the Ace of Cups, which is about emotional healing and growth. The message I'm getting is that and here's the Judgment card, which is the last judgment. That's another one I look for. I'm definitely seeing this as a message from the spirit you're looking for. And you get these first 2 cards, like the 9 of Swords and the 10 of Swords, which are unhappy cards, but the 10 of Swords has the implication of things are better for me now because the worst is over. Then there's the Ace of Cups and the Four of Rods. These are happy cards about growth and happiness. Justice, meaning getting what one deserves. Temperance, meaning balance is restored. His life was unbalanced at the time, right?
Yeah.
Well, the message is that I've found the balance that I'm looking for.
Good.
It's remarkable to me. I can almost predict ahead of time that I will get the Ten of Swords in a reading like this. I don't want to get into any personal details about how he passed, but what I'm seeing is that there were a lot of troubles, and he's better now. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
But the Spirit with the Nine of Swords recognizes that the way this happened left a lot of people sad.
Yes,
okay, you understand? I know you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
It's like I got the Five of Rods. Life was very difficult for him. The Eight of Cups is a person going from where they are to something better, and I think that that's what happened. I do think that the Spirit is learning to grow. The pain has stopped. I think the main message here, if you wanted a message, the main message is the pain that I felt at that time is over, and I'm growing. That's the Ace of Cups. Now, oh, wow, here's the Six of Rods and the Ten of Cups. These are cards of success and happiness. So they start out sad, which is an acknowledgement of the fact that Steve left you feeling very sad.
Yes.
But the Spirit saw no other way to grow, and now the Spirit is growing. Keep this Spirit in mind, because I think he's near you.
Yeah, he's always on my mind.
But
nothing ended the way he wanted it to. So all the way down to his funeral.
Yeah, well, I can see I see that there are things that didn't work out the way they were meant, that he wanted them to. I don't even know about meant to. Right. I don't like the idea about whether they were meant to or not. But
he wanted, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, I got the Three of Swords here. That's great sadness and pain. And that's what I see that he not only was feeling, but feels that he caused. But the overarching message here is that I'm growing, I'm healing, and I'm doing better. Oh, here's the Lovers card. You're on his mind. Okay? I will light a white candle to send positive energy to both of you tonight. How's that?
Thank you.
But what I'm seeing is that above and beyond, there's an acknowledgement of the sadness that he brought. But there's also, he's saying, I'm doing better now. So I believe that when these kind of things happen to people, they do get another chance. And I think that that's what he's saying here. Okay?
Good.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I know it took a lot of courage to come and talk in front of people, but I will send a positive energy your way and his way later tonight. Thank you so much for calling. Be well.
I appreciate it.
Bye-bye now. Now, Raquel, I'm going to go fast to the next call because I blew so much time chatting at the beginning. Raquel in Haverhill, Massachusetts is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight?
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Okay. I just want to. I got fired from one job, and then I got another one. And my unit manager is the one of my previous job. I don't think she likes me. And,
I know what that's like. I do know what that's like. Well, let's see. You want to see how she feels, or what is it you'd like to look at?
I don't know.
Well, let me tell you what I'm seeing here, looking at the cards. I'm definitely seeing a new work opportunity coming your way. And it's a very lucrative one. I sure hope I'm right about this. I don't know any other way to interpret these cards. I'll tell you what they are. The Ace of Rods, which is about a new career opportunity. The Page of Coins, which is about the appearance, the physical appearance of a stream of income and the 6 of coins, which is about somebody offering you money. The 9 of rods, now that's the second rod card we have. Rods are about work and career. It shows that this is something that you're prepared for. There's a job offer coming your way and you're ready for it, you're prepared for it, you can handle it. I do see that coming. So see if you can hang in there till that appears, okay? Are you with me, Raquel? Have we lost Raquel? Now there's a question I never thought I'd ask. Have we lost Raquel? That's it. Man, I'm so embarrassed because I'm thinking about something I did that was so stupid. Do you ever say something just incredibly stupid to somebody? And I did that once, and it involved Raquel Welch, who I'm proud to say I never met. I never met her, but I did. It was so stupid. I met a woman who had a kid. And she was talking about, how difficult it is to get my figure back and get back. And now I was very young at the time. I don't even think I was 20 at the time. And I pointed out that Raquel Welch had 5 children, and that was the last she spoke to me. The only other sillier conversation, did I ever tell you about the time I was recruited to be in the mob? No. Now there's a movie. You think I could get Scorsese interested in that? Mob magician. I wasn't into magical work in that day yet. I was not yet 20. I had a very bizarre upbringing, but there were some people who offered to take me, said, you're a young, clever guy and you're on the move, And they asked me if I wanted to join their little group, which was a way of saying their little family, Now, how do you reject an offer like that, right? And I did. Actually, they wanted to know if I was interested in joining a branch of the mafia. and I have to tell you, man, I took it very seriously. Not that I enjoyed the idea, but I said to the guy, listen, eventually I said to the guy, so let me tell you something. The nature of the work appeals to me. The hours appeal to me. What I don't like is your retirement plan. And he looked at me like I was crazy. And then he threw his head back and started laughing so much. And he said, you're all right, kid. And they let me go. But that was it, man. I don't like the nature of your retirement plan. Yeah. I mean, who knows where I would have been today? Certainly not the kind of person I am now. That's for sure. Could you imagine saying, I think Joey Bag of Donuts is coming to get us. And I said, well, hang on a second. Let me look at the cards. Could you imagine the kind of looks they'd give me? Because I've seen The Godfather 1, 2, and 3. There ain't no tarot readers in that. Nothing at all. My checkered career. So instead of getting involved with the mob, I did the next best thing. I got into show business, which is, pretty close. And there was a connected nightclub that wanted to hire me one time to do work for them, and they were wining and dining me, and I didn't know how to tell them, your guy's watering the gin, because I wanted to leave the room alive. Fortunately, before I had to make a decision, the place went out of business, which is, of course, to be expected where they water down the gin. But hey, the path our lives take. It's. I was thinking of writing my autobiography as opposed to somebody else's autobiography, I suppose. But I wouldn't know where to begin. Well, I do know where to begin, but I mean, it's obvious where to begin. My birthday is January 5th, which is kind of interesting. This is why I think my parents didn't like me, because back in those days, when a child was born up until January 4th, he was tax deductible for the previous year, and I was born January 5th. So I cost them big time. That's my second time saying big time tonight. I don't know. Well, at least I'm not saying bigly. Patsy in New Orleans, Louisiana is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, Patsy. As if we needed to have Louisiana there like there's any other New Orleans, right?
Well, yeah, I saw.
I have been trying, as they say, to get to New Orleans probably since 1981 when I wanted to hit the jazz festival. Was that in May or something? I don't even remember when it is anymore.
It was in May.
Yeah, but I've never made it because I'm a typical New Yorker, which means I barely travel anywhere. So what can I look at for you tonight, Patsy?
I was just wondering, my mom passed away, I'm 58 years old. My mom passed away when I was 20. Just wondering if she was around me or if I took care of my handicapped sister for 34 years, and she just passed away 2 years ago. She used to call me Mom, and just wondered if she's around me.
Well, let's see what we've got here. Well, this is interesting because I have the World card here. The World is a card of success. But let's talk about the picture first, because the picture of the World card in almost every tarot deck shows a person in the center of the card, and there are guardian angels around each corner of the card. So I'm going to take that as a yes. And then the next card is the Ten of Cups, which shows a rainbow in the sky with cups and a happy home and happiness and happy people. So I'm going to say that answers the question right there. Tarot speaks in symbolism. And for me to get the first card that has guardian angels around a person, yeah, I'll go for that. The next card I have here, I pulled out the Death card. And that's only, when I look for that card as a verification that these are messages from the other side. Here's also the High Priestess. So yeah, there's two messages here at least. There's the High Priestess and the Death card. So my answer is yes. Yes, they are around you. They absolutely are.
Okay. And is my handicapped sister made it to the other side?
Here is the card. Yes. Here is the card that I got in the previous reading tonight. And I mentioned I get this almost every time I try to get a contact from the spirit. I get this card, which is the Ten of Swords. And the Ten of Swords is the card. It looks awful, but it's not. It's a good card. It means the worst is over for me. So that's a good sign. The next card is, I had this earlier tonight too, is the Four of Rods. The Four of Rods is a happy home. It's joy and happiness, and so yeah, I do believe that this was achieved. According to this, the hard times are over, and I am in a spiritual home. That's the best part of it all. Yeah, see, there's nothing negative here. There's nothing bad. You know what I mean? These are all good things. There's the Ace of Cups. I had that earlier too. That's about happiness and joy beginning. The Six of Cups, which is happy memories from childhood. Yes, I'd say that your sister is doing fine. The spirit of your sister is alive and well and happy and wants you to know it.
Good. Now, she was like handicapped.
Yeah, years ago, I never would have thought I would be able to get messages like this, but this is so clean and so clear. Yeah, I'm seeing a spirit that's free and growing and happy and wants you to know that.
Oh, good. Good.
The Ten of Cups, which is a card of a happy home with happy family, I'm saying that that's what she wants you to be, is to understand that, because you're the home, you're the family for her for years. And she's saying, be happy. That's how I interpret that. Be happy. But it's all good. It's all good. You know, I'm not. Let me put it this way. I think it was Woody Allen who was quoting Dostoevsky or Tolstoy or one of those lugubrious Russians, that anybody over the age of 35 who isn't obsessed with death is a fool. Well, since I've been doing these kind of readings, my whole approach towards passing from here to there has changed, because I keep seeing so much joy and so much happiness coming from that side. It's just remarkable. So let's see if I can get one last bit of a message for you here, which is, well, there's the Wheel of Fortune, which is about things that have changed. So things are better. Things are much better. There's the Three of Cups, which is about completed happiness. Yes, the both spirits you asked about are happy. Okay?
Oh, good. And one last thing. My son has autism. He's 30 years old. when I pass on, will he be okay? He really don't have a sibling, no one to take care of him. But I just want to make sure he's going to be okay.
Yeah, that is something that has to be taken care of in advance, I know. But, well, let me put it this way. The card I've got is the 9 of Cups, and and that is a happy card of enjoyment and joy and fulfillment and a good life. And then the 10 of Cups again. I had that earlier about a happy family. So, yeah, I think it's going to be fine. But do what you can to make sure, okay? Do what you can to do that, okay? But I think that these cards show me that you're going to do the right thing for him, and he's going to appreciate it. Okay?
Oh, good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you for
so
calling.
Much.
Bye-bye now. And let's see if we can get in one last call. Cameron in Mobile, Alabama. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm fine.
Well, let's see if we can make that a little better, right? What would you like me to look at? I got a few minutes left.
Okay. I just got like one question about the person I'm talking to now, and I just want to know if it'll like work out.
I'm not quite hearing that. There's a bit of static in the way here. Could you say that again?
Oh, I said I have a question about the person I'm like talking to now, and I just want to know if it'll work out. Because I'm planning on moving states away, and I just want to know if it'll work out before I move.
Okay, well, in my experience, people who ask that have doubts anyway, so you're not feeling very comfortable about this, are you?
It's pretty new. It's kind of new, like a couple of months new, but I just got a different feeling that I never had for nobody before, and I don't know, it's weird.
Well, the first card I have is the Lovers, and that's good. That has a couple of meanings too, though. Obviously, it's about the relationship, but the Lovers card indicates a very important decision to make, and you are trying to make that decision. I wanted to, geez, I hate this being like the last call of the night because I only have a couple of minutes left. I do have cards that indicate moving, like the 8 of Cups and things like that. But I wish you'd look, I'm going to tell you this and give you my email, okay? Because I think we should continue this, and I'm out of time in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
Let's see what we can get here. I have a card who indicates that somebody is not being completely honest with you here. And I'm concerned that it might be this. If it's this person, that's a big problem.
I see that.
Do you have the feeling that you're not being treated honestly?
I don't know if it's treated honest. It's weird because it's like we're 16 hours away from each other. So it's just, I don't know, it's a weird feeling. And I've never done long distance. So it's new to me. And I do think like some other stuff is going on sometimes.
Well, yeah, because my advice from these cards, see, I have the Page of Cups, and that's the beginning of something new in terms of romance. And that's what you got, is something new in terms of romance. But you have doubts about it, and that isn't the time to make life-altering changes. You might want to go a little slower because I have that card again. It's the 5 of Swords, and it's about somebody who's not. 5s are not good news in tarot, and it's like he's not being particularly honest with you about some things. Now that's not bad, that doesn't mean he's lying and cheating and stealing. You barely know each other, so there may be things that he's hiding. We all put our best foot forward. I'm just saying that what I'm seeing here in these cards, they're saying go a bit slower.
Okay.
Or at least have a backup plan. You know what I mean? I'm seeing cards that indicate a good future, possibly. I'm seeing cards that even indicate marriage in the offing. But I'm just concerned about this one appearance of the card that says to me that, let me rephrase it. It's not that the guy's lying to you, okay? But you may not have all the information you need just yet.
He's actually a woman, but I'm pretty sure I don't.
Because you're right. Everybody do put their best foot forward.
Yeah, well, I understand. I mean, man, woman. I'm just guy. I'm using generically. The person.
Okay.
It's just. I'm getting indications here of slow down a little bit. Not saying there's trouble here. I'm not getting any. I'm getting good potential, right? I'm getting some good vibes about this, but I'm not 100% sure you're ready for it.
Okay.
And I don't think you feel that way either, right? You don't know yet.
I think I just got out of like a serious relationship, a long-term relationship, and it is new, so I don't know.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. If one of you had just gotten out of a relationship, because I did get cards about the relationship breaking up, so I was about to ask you about that.
Yeah, I have.
Well, and you've been around. You know that on the rebound is not the best time to do things. And again, let me repeat. I'm not seeing anything bad here. I'm just getting the feeling from these cards that you're not ready for moving forward just yet. Okay. So maybe you want to take it a bit slower. But again, I'm not seeing anything that's telling me to tell you to hit the brakes. You know what I mean? I'm not seeing anything that's saying you slow down, stop it. What I'm seeing is that you have misgivings, that there's things that you need to make you more certain about what you're about to do than you've got. You don't have them yet. So give it a little time, and you may get them, because like I said, I am seeing some very good cards here for the future, but I do see roadblocks getting there. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've got to run. I'm sorry that it's I got to leave you like that, but I think that there's potential here, but you should just listen to that inner voice you've got that says slow down, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye now. Oh, hey, that's it. We got to go. I got like 20 seconds. So remember what I said about the 10 lost books of the prophets and empowering yourself, because these are weird times, man. These are weird times where people are trying to take power from you, and they're going to work very hard to do it. So until next week, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.